quests or anything. We should get started by going through what's up in terms of what happened, and I thought since I've never done it, I might as well recap for you what happened last time, and I'll take a quick running start from the beginning of the campaign to give you a quick overview of a quick summary of what's happened. So all the way back over 2 years in real world time now, there was a group of adventurers, Frid and Mervyn and some companions were members of the Adventurers Guild there. They were given a task. Take this scroll case from Hinun in the west, in the Kingdom of Thorn, all the way to the eastern end of the continent to Farn Lawson, the capital of the Empire of Colton. They didn't really get any other info about it. They were just told, don't open the box. So they made their way, traveled through far and land and everywhere, through the Underdark and everything, and throughout some trials and tribulations, eventually they ended up opening the scroll case, and there was a smaller box inside, and then eventually they ended up opening the smaller box as well, and there was seemingly nothing inside of that. They also eventually ended up in Farn Lawson, where they were told that somebody there would know to take the thing from them, but they eventually didn't actually ever meet that person, because they knew that it was the guild wizard there, but then the guild wizard had mysteriously been killed just a week earlier. But they teamed up with the Empire, with Waltran, a wizard they had met earlier. This actually happened. Well, there's an important part there where they ended up stuck in a mysterious horror mansion with a terrible evil ghost. Pyros and Celery had joined at that point already. And that took away 9 months of your lives. Well, actually not your lives, but, just the world went on with 9 months. But yeah, then they teamed up with the Empire. Waltran gave them a bit of a testing quest to see if they are up to the task. They went and casually killed a dragon, met up with this ancient elf person who was very intent on going and killing this calamity that was causing magic to go weird, because apparently they had the elf had killed it 10,000 years before, but they were not very cooperative. They were on the same track, but they just didn't want to do anything except that, and the party wanted to do a little bit of something else as well. But eventually they ended up back with Waltran, who had tasked them to go and talk to an ancient dragon who would maybe know something about this. And through these sort of, there was some quests to try and figure out more and more about things. Eventually they ended up in the desert, meeting up with the orcs, finding out information there, and they met with Reynard as well. And one of your final quests was to go and the quest wasn't to go and defeat the Dark Lord Zixioth, but you did that as a side quest in addition to getting the key to the Tower of Arc, where this calamity was said to be. You didn't find the key, as far as you knew, and ended up coming back, you found something that you identified as a phylactery, so you assumed it was Zixiot's phylactery, but it ended up apparently being the thing that opened up the tower, so giving that to the Empire was not necessarily it was a thing that happened. But yeah, then you decided, against all odds, even though the orcs even said, like, no, you don't get to go there. Everybody seems to be against you, but you decided that you're going to go there. You're going to save everyone because you think that Woltrentich is evil and is doing bad things. And none of this is okay, and you need to stop him from doing whatever it is that he's planning to do. So, last time you started with a bit of déjà vu, because you could have sworn that you had already come into the camp, but you had to actually come into the camp again, which may have given you a little suspicion about what's going on. You met with the Quandrix people, you chatted with them. They seem to be really hopeful about Woltrentich being able to just fix things, and they didn't really care too much about what's going on. They were really just intensely into their math research. But you made your way to the tower. You looked at some vague murals. Then you found a sealed door. And then you blew yourself up and you died. And that was the end of everything. But then you were suddenly back at the entrance to the camp, which I'm sure some of you have probably realized why that happened. And then you eventually got through that sealed door. You got to the third floor of the place. There you met a person made of wood and metal who introduced themselves as Hiram Malton. You knew that they are the legendary kind of bodyguard of the Emperor. And they pretty much proved themselves quite a bit in battle by being able to just teleport around, smack you real hard, and to boot it all, when you finally brought them down, they just got up, back at full health, which is not nice. But eventually, they said that, okay, they slumped down on the floor, defeated, and they said, okay, you've proven yourself, you've done it, it's okay, you can go, but just make sure that you try and save Woltrentich, stop him, but don't kill him, basically. And then after that, he dropped us a little cliffhanger. Because he then called up to Reynard and basically said, hey, the way you're going about your business, vengeancing everything, it's not good for you, okay? And he kind of called to Ilmata there, and then basically said, if you can put your sword down, then you can have mine. And we left on that little note. And first of all, I want to clarify, just so it's clear that Reynard has been able to, physically be removed from the sword. It's not a case of that. It's more a symbolic kind of like, can you give up that sword kind of thing. But before you say anything, David, I wanted to ask, when Hiram said, asked you, like, can you put that sword down? Are you able to do it? Did Reynard at all question it? Like, was there even a small question of, like, can I?
Absolutely. No, I have a thought as far as what's about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want your thoughts on that too, but yeah, go ahead.
Before that, since you did have that thought, I am going to want you to make a charisma saving throw.
Sure.
So you think about it, and you realize that there is something like holding you onto that sword and that ideal, and it's not coming from you, and it's it's like there's something there, and you would need to really put your mind to it and really kind of exert dominance in order to be able to actually do it. So in your mind, the answer to the question is going to be like, I don't know, maybe not.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I envisioned an internal tension there, right? That there's what the mind thinks, and then there's the deeper emotions, really what symbolizes in the mark on his hand, right? With Ilmater. Mm-hmm. And I think maybe there is a moment of warring emotions going on in his head, right? Between the man he is and the man he was, and a sense that maybe it's the way of horror, it's the way of vengeance to say, no, I have to do this. I have to hold on to it. I have to, pull tight. But there's that deeper sense, that devotion to Ilmater that says surrender rather than fight. I think the way I envision this, and again, I'll defer to you tell me the supernatural forces at play, but the way that I envision it is Reynard says no, but his hand, almost of its own accord, drops the sword. And that's his moment where it breaks, and maybe, the redemption side, the emotive side wins. That's the way I envision that playing out. But you tell me what actually works and what doesn't.
In that case, let's see what happens. I'm rolling dice.
I like it. All right. That's good D&D ways of adjudicating this stuff. Conflict between self, man against man.
Well, your inner thoughts, or your inner consciousness happens to apparently be super strong.
Hey. As it should be.
A natural 20 strong.
Hey, there we go. All right, well then, in that case, I think he starts to form the words saying, no, I can't. But in that moment, his hand, almost of its own accord, unsheaths the sword, if it wasn't already unsheathed, and drops it to the ground. And then, kind of just cradles the symbol of the Ilmater, has his moment of doubt.
Mm-hmm. Well, in that moment, you suddenly realize a couple of things. First of all, you remember everything.
Mm.
You remember your real name, you remember who you were, you remember everything. You don't remember how exactly you ended up in the middle of the desert, because you just sort of remember blacking out somewhere else and then waking up there. But otherwise, you remember everything, and in that moment, you realize that for some reason, Hor has been actively suppressing your memories. And actively instilling this sort of idea of vengeance into you. Why? That's a good question. But yeah, you are suddenly kind of, your mind is freed of this strange pressure that it's been under the whole time.
Well, with my sword on the ground, I drop to my knees, and here's a sidebar mechanical question. Can I begin swearing an oath of redemption?
Yeah.
I do so. Begin swearing for rebirth, hope for cleansing, swearing the holy words of Ilmater, and forsaking the path of vengeance, forsaking the path of horror.
All right. I was going to give you a choice to pick up the sword again if you wanted, but clearly, guess not.
Well, I was told I had a new weapon waiting. The armor is a bigger question, but
it just sort of scoots away on the floor.
Yeah.
Well, you do, in fact, suddenly realize that you do know how to take the armor off. You know the magical word to do it. Considering you don't have any other armor, do you want to take it off or not?
I guess the broader question is, do I need to take it off?
No, I mean, there's nothing forcing you to.
Okay.
So, Hiram looks at you there on your knees, weeping, and he grabs his huge ass sword and hands it to you. And in that moment, you have a kind of warrior to warrior sort of we understand the situation kind of thing, because for just a split second you realize that Hiram is actually pretty much faking it and is clearly not in any sort of bad shape, and you think that he could have probably kept going for quite a bit longer, and he is just sort of conceding, because he gives you that sword pretty much like no problem. But yeah, he hands you the sword.
After swearing my new oath.
There's your sword.
Oh, nice.
So it's +2. And it's themed a little bit differently than your old one. Yeah. That's it. Hiram, I forget if I said, but also, his I think I said how his body kind of morphs a little bit to open up a cavity in his chest, out of which he pulls out a peculiar looking little stone that he hands over to you, which appears to be the key to the door up ahead.
So now kind of bad shape. Now we can figure out what to do with that.
Well, I guess if you're redemption now, you're going to start healing.
Yeah, sure.
To
That's
half
true.
health or something like that.
Just passively heal up to half health at least.
Yep.
Wait, what do you mean?
That's the what is it called? It's
No,
protective spirit.
if you
Only in
really-
combat.
yeah, only in combat, so you can't heal yet.
Someone
yeah,
start a
yeah,
fight
yeah.
with me.
All right. Yep. That's fair. That's actually understandable. That'd be pretty strong otherwise.
Yeah.
Which I mean, it's level 15, so it should be strong. But
Is
Like,
it worth
how-
spending a minute? Do we have a minute to spare?
I was even thinking, do we have an hour to spare to just do that?
Hour we do
Uh,
not have.
Yeah, you
Like a
don't
minute,
think you
yes.
have an hour.
a minute is understandable. An hour, not really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, okay, let's see what potions do we have. Should we just use them first anyway? Because like, why the hell are we holding
Oh
on to
yeah.
potions
Yeah. Let's use.
at
them
the end
first.
of the campaign?
Should we talk about what spells we have available?
I always have Aura of Vitality, so I could spam that for the full minute. And that's 2d6, and I can do it 10 times.
See, I have that.
That's my best thing.
Yeah, I
I've
think
also
what-
got Cure Wounds. That's my healing.
Okay, so if we're not talking,
I
we're just
have-
talking spells in general. I have a bunch of things that are meant for infiltration because I didn't think we were going into the tower today. I was thinking we were just going into the camp, which was why I was like, "There's no point banishing these people because we need to fight them to get the freaking key." That's why I couldn't use any high level spells. So that's my predicament. I don't have like
That's-
combat attack spells.
That's the curse of the wizard.
I didn't know I was
Prepare-
going into the tower today.
Curse
Preparing
of
for the
casters
wrong.
in general.
Yeah.
Imagine how I feel when I pick my spells. Oh wait.
A little more.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing I should actually mention about my spells. So my 2 4th level spells that I prepared are Elemental Bane and Otiluk's Resilient Sphere. So the Elemental Bane, so both of them require them to fail a saving throw. Elemental Bane is Constitution, and the Sphere is Dexterity. So if I want to use that, it'd be great if I can get a knockdown on their saving throw.
I think the spear is not really useful because you could just
Yeah.
teleport out of it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, on Woltrenchers, definitely not. On whatever the Calamity is, possibly. But
It is useful if you want to like put yourself in it though, and you're in a hamster ball.
yeah, protect us. Yeah, but I can't shoot people from inside of it.
Why did the letter pop
Um,
up again?
Just a reminder.
But
Okay, I guess we're doing Aura of Vitality then.
and then and then the other thing about Elemental Bane is that they'll lose resistance. Wait, what does it exactly say?
They lose a
Target
resistance to
loses
a damage
any
type.
Any resistance to that damage type.
And they take like an extra 1d6 or something like that.
They take an extra 2d6 damage if the first time that they take a damage of the chosen type each round.
All right,
So
heal up.
if we do like fire. Or
Who was going to use Aura Vitality? I actually do have it loaded right now as well.
I have it.
You have it? Okay.
I have more spell slots than you guys, so let me use it.
That seems good.
That makes the best sense.
I think we're gonna need more than just one Aura of Vitality, though. There's too much.
Okay, let's start with Raynar.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure 20d6 is not going to bring you to full, so I'm just going to do that.
Okay,
Keep
so
in
just roll
mind, I have
20d6.
mass cure wounds, which is multi-target. So if we
Okay.
we
That'd
can
be good.
do a bit of like group healing.
Does not bring me to full.
Yeah, that was what I thought, and that's a lot of 6 already.
Yeah.
7.
If you had rolled the exact maximum, it would have brought him to exactly full health.
Oh wow.
No,
Okay.
no, it wouldn't have brought him to full
That's
anyway.
interesting trivia. Okay.
We've still got 1 greater potion of healing.
Mervin
I
is
don't know,
not
we
going
might
to
need
I
get
think
to
that's something you
either.
used in the fight.
We're
Oh,
totally
is it?
doing the beat the game with 99 elixirs.
Yeah, right.
We're totally doing that.
Okay, so this is for Mervin, who is not going to get to full anyway.
75 for me.
It's close.
Yeah, that's
And
good.
now
I mean,
guess
I
we can
technically still
split
have
it.
way more because of the amulet, but
I know, which was why I was like, you guys are not going to get to full anyway. Just roll 20 at once.
I mean, I can use an aura
Okay.
as well.
I only have 1 more level 3 spell slot, so I can, but
Oh yeah, so I'll use an aura of vitality. Let's see. Should I split it up or just
I think you should just split between you and Reina, and I'll use 1 more on Pyros, Fred, and myself. That makes the best sense. You can roll first, and I'll roll the next one. So that's 3 minutes in total.
All right, fine. All right, so I'll do 10 d6 for me and 10 d6 for Reynard.
33. Okay. Excellent.
39 for me and 33
I
for
just
you.
need a 130 and 132, so I'm good.
I'm going to remind you, by the way,
Or-
you might not necessarily want to use them right now, or maybe you do, but I'm just reminding that you have 2 items that can regain a spell slot. You have the etheric crystal,
Yeah.
and then you bought the Pearl of Power.
We have the Pearl of Reina should use it. You
Does
don't
that
even have
require a
spells left.
attunement?
Pearl Power does not.
Does not. Okay.
I don't think either do.
And what level can that get back?
Third level. Pearl of Power is
level?
up to 3rd level.
Yeah, that'd be useful. Okay, I will go ahead and use that.
This is for Fred. I actually wrote better on my 8 than your 10. This is for Pyros. Oh, that's so bad.
Oh.
And then this is for myself.
Side note, David, your greatsword, it says it requires attunement, but you are automatically attuned to it now.
Oh, I figured that from the write-up.
Yeah.
Yes, good to know.
Yeah, for the crystal, that should probably be either Celery or Frid, just because they'll get the most bang for the buck.
Fred can use it. I still have most of my high level spell slots. Like literally, what am I going to use my high level spell slot for? Another Ethereal nerfs? Like seriously?
Oh,
Okay.
while we're doing this, I'm going to have Todd use all 3 of his healing charges on himself that he can do.
Sure. Are you
Oh,
ready to go?
How much?
go
How
on.
much?
One more question from me. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, while we're doing. Go ahead.
Okay. Do we have any diamond dust for stone skin? And if not, I'm going to crush my earring into dust.
How?
Using the pommel of my sword like a pestle.
It's a diamond.
So diamonds are brittle. Boom, boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom, boom.
Oh yeah, they're famous for being a very brittle stone.
They are. They're hard. They scratch anything, but diamonds are extremely brittle. They break easily. Nothing can scratch a diamond. Look this up. I swear to God. Nothing can scratch a diamond, but you can break it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. I was just thinking because you emotioned it as if you were just grabbing it in your fist and crushing it.
Show strength. No. Use it like a.
Because I'm pretty sure pressure is the thing that diamonds don't really break from.
The astounding visual of how this man just hands you his sword and then you use it to break a diamond right in front of him.
It's all right. Oh, sorry, buddy. Anyway, yeah. So there we go. I now have a instead of a diamond worth 300 gold, do I have 3 piles worth 100?
Sure.
All right.
Oh my god, we have a rock. I totally forgot we have a rock. Why are we not summoning it?
What are you gonna do with it in here?
How long does it last?
It is go time with any consumables. So
Right?
But
if we want to spend a minute summoning an elemental.
are you ready to go on now?
I'm going to use one action to regain a 7th level spell slot from the Aetheric Crystal.
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
Oh, the rock can't attack. Why?
It's for
It's so sad.
transportation.
Ugh, I thought it could. You could use it as a meat shell.
I'll
there-
fly up the
there's-
stairs.
There's the fire elemental gem, but
Mm-hmm. No, like unironically, if we want to summon, if now seems like the time.
we don't necessarily know what's going to happen in the next room.
True.
The fire elemental gem is.
That's a very hostile thing to walk
You
in there with.
can- You can find out what happens by opening the door.
That's true.
We ready?
I am going to cast Stone Skin on myself. Start concentrating on that. And then I'm ready to go.
All right. You open the door, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
You open the door, and on the other side, you see stairs. But more importantly than that, as you put the stone that you got into the door to open it up, the door actually absolutely just slams open. And a blast of wind comes out that kind of it doesn't completely like knock you down or anything, but it's strong enough that you might take a few steps back as that blast comes out. It then calms down, but there is still a strong wind pushing out of there. And it makes a pretty eerie sound as it comes down the stairs and through the structure here. Do you proceed up the stairs?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Mm-hmm. Let me gather up your tokens. On the next level, first of all, the wind seems to be getting stronger and stronger as you climb up the stairs. Eventually, you end up arriving in this one huge chamber that has really nothing in it except for there's some sort of like platform kind of thing in the middle of it, and you see these two huge statues on either side. And at the on the platform, you see that there is this vortex of a portal kind of in the platform, and behind it is floating in the air is Waltrentich, who is wearing these very, very fancy robes that you haven't seen before, but that seem like they are some sort of super wizard robes. And they are flowing in the sort of gust of storm that is going on in this room. You also notice that the vortex seems to be the where all the wind is coming from, but it also seems to kind of be like sucking light out. Like there's a bright spot around the portal itself, but otherwise it's like sucking light out of the room into it. And you realize that the storm is actually... It is strong enough that you don't know if you can actually walk all the way up to the portal. It seems like it's really just repelling you back. At this point, it's becoming hard to even move closer to it. Waltrentich sees you, and he's there in the air with his arms wide, and most interestingly, you can very clearly see his eyes. They are not, shut or anything. You can see his eyes, and they are glowing brightly with this familiar teal light that you have seen that indicates very strongly that somebody is being controlled by the calamity or something related to it. And he yells at you. Again, the storm is really loud in the room, so you have to yell for anyone to be able to hear anything. But he's yelling at you. He yells, "Stay back. It's too dangerous in here. I have everything under control."
Insight check.
Turns out Fred is right.
Could I insight check? What's that supposed to mean?
Sure.
And I
Seems like he's got everything under control.
Oh my god. Yeah, maybe he's not evil after all, people.
What do you actually plan
what
to
I'd
do?
like to say.
Yeah, Fred. Fred?
Where is the Emperor? Hello?
A
Yeah,
fantastic
we heard you.
Where is the
We heard
Emperor? Okay.
Waltrentich answers you both saying, "Your meddling isn't required here." Excuse me, he's yelling, not saying. Yelling. "Your meddling isn't required here. I know what I am doing. I am using the calamity against itself. I will use its power to destroy it."
That sounds completely reasonable,
I mean,
guys. We should back down.
A sound
Insight check.
plan. I mean, it's a sound plan. That's how it was sealed last time. So
Why are you insight checking when you...
I don't know. Is he like fully sound, or is he just saying this to make us go away? Like, I'm
he
very
could
torn
believe
here.
it. I mean, that'd be a hilarious way to like for the calamity to convince someone to release it is to be like, you're gonna kill me by doing this.
Well, let me put it this way. You know that most people who get mind controlled by this thing are just completely catatonic and not able to really do anything. But you also know that some very powerful beings, such as an ancient dragon, seem to be able to hold a conversation just normally, but still want to kill you. So I'm just going to say that insight checks are probably not going to help you here, because who knows? Who knows?
Well, we can see the eyes, and he just admitted he's using the calamity.
But that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Well, Eniarch had
Yeah.
like the tattoos and everything, right? Didn't he have like the
Yeah.
glowing tattoos that were used and all that? So
Yeah.
What did he say happened to the Emperor?
Didn't say
Oh,
anything.
he did.
He didn't, yeah, he
He
didn't
just
respond to
said
that.
get out again.
Mhm.
I mean,
I'll call out, what if you're
nobody
wrong?
said that the Emperor's here.
Yeah. So I'll call out, what if you're wrong?
He says, no, I can do this. I will save us all.
I wish we had a plan. Do you know what I mean? It's like I wish we like had a plan A or plan B. Right now, plan A is wait for him to fail spectacularly. Do we have like as we sort of regard the calamity? I mean, does it map to our expectations of what we were going to see? Do we have any? We collectively, because obviously Reynard's not going to have this, but do we have any kind of like insight into what this thing is, the nature of how to control it, anything like that?
I mean,
No.
what we are seeing before you is clearly just a portal.
Just a portal.
Yeah, not the calamity itself.
Okay.
But I would point your collective memory to a piece of lore that you have found relating to the calamity. Namely, if you look into the diary of Zixioth, there was something very specific said in there. That is
The towers no fought
relevant
for
here.
power. It is,
I
it
just
is
said the same
prison
line.
and a
Yeah.
tomb.
Are you saying magic will become unstable and it will disappear? That one?
If it's a prison and a tomb, there's no reason for a portal to be opened at all. Right? We don't want that.
And you're in the right paragraph. That's a good point. But
I am
read the
not
whole paragraph.
powerful enough to contend with it. No one is.
even Zixioth decided that no one person was strong enough to face this alone.
But he may be wrong. I mean, again, I'm not arguing for that, but I'm saying we have no reason to believe he's the supreme authority on this.
I don't know. Pretty old. Pretty powerful. It's not very often that the megalomaniac evil guy gives up because it's impossible.
I feel like we should just call for help. I'm like, time Finn, now it's your time to show up.
Anyhow, no,
I'll just pray for people to show up.
Okay, so options right now. We can try to get Waltridge to stop the portal. Do we? He's casting magic right now. Yes.
Yes, it seems like it appears like there's like a some sort of force of power coming out of the portal into him, and he, on the other hand, seems to be like making the portal stronger, bigger. He seems to be. It's clear that he's the one who's originating this portal, and he's kind of just enlarging it.
So things we could do. We could
Put a sphere
try
around
to
the portal.
Yes. We could try to convince him to stop the portal. We could attack him. We could jump through the portal.
Jump through the portal. Why?
I don't know. I just
Fight the calamity.
I'm not saying we should or shouldn't do that. I'm just listing our options. These are things which could be
Another
done.
option.
Jumping through the
is-
portal is probably not an option because you're not able to like approach it.
Approach it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting.
Goop's already foolproof that idea.
I really thought it through too. I was ready to go with that one. But like enclosing the portal in some way. Putting
My
resistance
suggestion
around-
is
Instead of suggesting things and thinking about them, you are currently in a conversation with Wolchentich. So he has just said that he can do this. What is your reply?
The first time this
Okay.
thing was sealed, it took 12 people, and even the Dark Lord thought that he wouldn't be able to take this thing alone. What makes you think that you can?
He says, I have to. I must. It has to
obviously
be
don't have
done,
to. We're
or
right
else the world is going to end.
You obviously don't have to. We're right here.
You stand no chance against this thing. None
Neither
of us
you.
do.
Why not stand together?
I have to do this. I can't endanger anyone else. You must leave.
And if you
I'd
fail,
like to
we're all
cast
dead.
Cell detect thoughts.
You're too far to detect thoughts though right now.
Mm-hmm.
Am I?
Yep.
Far away are we? We are. God, it's so
How close
slow
do you need to
recently.
be?
I found.
Yeah. The new interface thing. What is that thing called? Is making it slow for me as well. The redesign thing.
All right.
75.
Well, I'm happy to help Fred get closer. I'll be a human shield for buffeting the wind or whatever. But I don't want to ask. We were all dead if you fail. It costs you nothing to accept our help, and it's suspicious. if
Now's
you
not the
won't.
time for pride.
Yeah.
Waltrich says, you do not have the power. You do not wield enough power to be of any use. Leave now, and I will do this. Now,
Well, I'm
if
sorry.
you want to be trying to persuade this person, perhaps you might want to roll some persuasion checks to back your claims.
Oh, jeez, I wonder who
can
should
we
do
get
that.
close enough? Yeah, can we get close enough to
25.
detect thoughts first? Like, how strong are the winds? If I kind of act as a shield and walk in front of Fred, can we get close enough?
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay.
If I vortex warp him closer, will he just be like tornado? Whew, swept
Most
off
likely,
his
yes.
feet? Okay.
And also, you have this arc wizard there floating in the air, filled with magical power, who has said, like, get back. So teleporting somebody right next to him is probably gonna be an act of aggression, let's say.
Oh, should I try the sphere from the portal, guys?
Yeah,
Or no?
It's
I'm
way
gonna
too
try
big
and
for
roll
your
persuasion.
Persuasion check.
Yeah, let's start with that. Yeah, let's start with that.
Yeah.
Start with persuasion.
Fred,
Don't be
Before
at
you
least a
do.
25, right? Something like that.
before you do, think about it. This is it. This is the mother of all persuasion checks.
Mhm.
So make it count.
Flash of Genius is yours.
Yeah, get that.
Lucky,
Um,
all of the things.
Could I put
Unfortunately, we
guidance
don't
on
have
it,
the
But-
Time Fiend anymore.
But before you roll anything, I do want you to actually say something. Give us an argument
whilst we individually may not rival your own power, we can certainly contribute. Us standing in this room is proof enough of our accomplishments. We've been involved in this longer than anyone else. We're going to see it through.
I'm going to say that you roll your persuasion check without advantage.
Naturally.
Just normal roll.
Normal roll. A 31.
It's the first time you actually wrote something higher than
What's
10.
that with Flash of Genius?
Yeah.
Flash of
36?
Genius is a +5.
36.
I guess my Flash of Genius is just me adding on. Yeah.
Prince hype man.
All right. Waltrenchich says, shouts with a slightly lower volume, but enough for you to hear. Shouts back and says, you're right. I thought I could control it, but we cannot win as long as it can control me. This portal connects to the realm of magic. You must go through it and find the calamity and destroy it. But the portal will close soon. I do not think you will be able to get back from there. It may well end up being a one-way trip. But you must do it. I no longer can. Remember, the arcane weave always must have a shepherd. I ask for forgiveness for all I have done has been for the Empire, the world. But my road ends here. Go now and redeem yourselves for the sake of us all.
Why do I have to redeem myself? I did nothing wrong.
As he, in his eyes, as he says this, Waltrenchich brings one of his hands to his chest. You see this great surge of magical power go through his arm, and he disintegrates himself.
Oh.
What? I couldn't have tried to hold the portal open for us or something.
The wind on the portal
Well, no one's going to believe this.
weakens.
Him now, apparently.
The wind on the portal weakens, and you can tell that immediately the portal is starting to close itself. But if you rush in there, you've got time.
All right, I don't hesitate.
Yeah.
You don't have time for a short rest, but you have time to immediately run to the portal and enter it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do we
I don't
want to send
hesitate.
out maybe like one last sending spell or something? Just like a Hail Mary?
Up to you. I'm running towards the portal.
Nah.
You don't think you have time for
Fred,
that?
all his actions, all his crimes have been to save the world, ultimately. On his God-given mission, he's running.
Yeah.
We're sprinting.
All right.
Do we see
Todd
anything
ahead.
left of Waltrenchich at all?
Nope.
Each disintegrated? All right. Well, then we're in the portal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a good thing because the sphere I
Just
don't
know you're gonna
think.
do that.
Well, I mean, I could have dropped concentration on it, but also if this thing is to scale, then it's too big for the sphere.
So you jump into the portal, and you find yourselves going through a trippy sequence with lights everywhere and everything going on. Very, very confusing. And you
Doctor Who TARDIS based on the color.
You basically black out, and moments later you wake up. Hold on, I'm missing somebody. Oh, Celery. There we go.
That wasn't deliberate, right?
So you all wake up lying on the ground. You're lying on what feel like fluffy clouds. And as you open your eyes, you see no horizon. You just see endless blue. You see that you are on this strangely, unnaturally geometric, square-shaped platform of this fluffiness. And you can see other shapes in the sky in the distance, in all sorts of orientations, horizontal, vertical, canted in each every way. There's like thousands of these things out there, at least. It's like it is like the stars in the sky in that sense. You sense an utter presence of calm and peace, and you see in the sky, you see these strands of strange energy. They have a color, but you can't, for some reason you can't understand it. You have no word for what that color is. And you see these strands just flying about everywhere.
How far off are the like geometric shapes?
Far away.
Far away.
Yeah. You realize soon enough that this platform that you are on seems to have there seems to be some sort of magical energy at the edges, which must explain to your brain, it must be the explanation for why you are feeling no like wind or anything, seeing as you appear to be, as far as you can like tell, high up in the sky or something, because there's just blue. You literally don't see any sort of ground anywhere. The whole thing is the same everywhere you can see. And on the platform, you also see a statue of a dragon. It's colored that same teal color that was in Waltrantich's eyes. And atop this dragon statue is sitting a huge, giant humanoid who you would describe as looking elven, but they look a little bit like a drow in the sense that they're completely purple and their hair is white. but most strikingly, what tells you that this is not an elf is the fact that they have 4 arms.
They're sitting on the dragon statue, like as if it was a
Yes. No,
an alien?
as if it was a seat. And yeah, I'm gonna bring you over here. And first of all, you need to update your tokens. I did not have them updated at all here, so you'll have to. Oh, they auto-updated, so they should be all correct, but check them nonetheless to make sure they are correct. And
Why is he so huge?
as I said, gigantic, and the being speaks to you as you come to your senses and probably get up. I would assume. I don't think anyone's gonna stay there. She says, "Welcome, mortals. I am Mistra, goddess of magic."
Is there any sign of the portal?
No.
I'll bow. Standing before a goddess, yeah.
Seems reasonable. We'll take a knee out of respect.
You didn't bow before Waltrentich.
He's not a god.
Oh my god.
Well, no, but he's a high-ranking noble.
Yeah. Archmage compared to the goddess of magic.
Yeah. She asks you, what are you doing here in my realm?
Before we reply, I'm gonna pop a divine sense.
Sure. What's the range on that?
60 feet.
Is she in range?
Yeah, just barely, I believe.
Oh my god.
That's 60.
Loading.
Wow, that's quite a new tool.
She's celestial after all.
Is she what she claims to be? Is really kind of what I'm trying to sense. Is she a celestial entity?
Well, first of all, she hasn't claimed to be a celestial entity.
Oh, she claims to be a goddess of magic.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she is a celestial entity.
No, okay.
Actually, but actually, you don't sense anything.
It's just an illusion.
Don't sense anything at all.
Well, you sense what
the
you
divine
would normally
sense.
sense.
Yeah.
Your divine sense is working, but it's not sensing anything from this creature.
Okay.
There's a creature consuming magic, and we followed its trail here.
She says, well, this is the realm of magic. All magic comes from here. You can see the arcane weave all about you.
We've felt its effects deteriorating and the weave degrading. We've come here in hopes to prevent that and reverse it.
She says, perhaps to your mortal senses, it may feel so. But I am the goddess of magic. I control it all. You have nothing to fear, mortals. Please, return to your world. You feel a sense of like compelling presence. All of you, for a moment, you're like, okay, we'll do it. But that's just like a fleeting thought that goes through you.
I don't trust her.
I'll call up to her because I'm curious. You were mortal once?
I just realized
You were mortal once?
the absolute funniest shit would be if Mervyn pulled out that paper and showed it to Mistra and be like, "Do you know what this is?"
I got that answered.
Yeah.
And they took that paper from me, sadly.
Yeah.
But that would be funny if you left it till now. You never
Right
gave me
now.
that.
I'm really wishing I had taken an invocation that I almost did, which would be, it's called Witch Sight.
Mhm.
You can see the true form of any shape changer or creature concealed by illusion or transmutation magic, but I did not take it.
That is
It
cool.
does seem useful right now. I don't know. I don't trust this. I don't trust her.
I'll call up to her. You were mortal once?
She says, that is nothing for you to worry your mortal minds with. Please just leave this place.
Are you saying you wanted the arcane wave exactly like how it is right now?
She says, I control the weave. It does as I say.
And you're
So you're
doing a
admitting that
poor
you're a
job.
proprietor for...
I-
Yeah, so you're basically kind of admitting
You're
that you're doing a
fired.
pro job.
Very-
And if you intended it to be this way, then it also implies that you just want to be a total hogger of magic.
She says, she says again, you need not worry your mortal minds with the ways of gods.
Well, I believe
You're
my
like,
friend
"Rina,
here was
call
asking
Elmada.
about.
What will Elmada say to that?"
I believe my friend here was asking about when you were mortal because we've met Inyok and he said he knew you before you became a god. The one that fought the Calamity before.
She says, there is no calamity to fight. Your quest has been for nothing. You should return home.
You're clearly illusional.
Mm-hmm. Do we have any kind of like true
Mine
state or
ocular
anything like that?
deceive. That's all I'll say.
Should I throw
She
dispel
says,
magic
"What?"
up there just to see what it
Ocular-
does?
That'd be a good idea. Dispel magic on Mistra. That's do it just to say you did it.
I mean, it's not a bad idea.
It's not bad.
Dispel
If she's
the goddess of
if she's the
magic.
goddess of magic, wouldn't she have like magic immunity or something? Why try?
I don't think this is what. This isn't Mistra.
Yeah, I'm gonna subtle spell dispel magic on Mr. using 3 sorcery points.
What level?
Level 3 spell slot.
Just level 3?
Just
bigger.
level 3.
I mean, you roll. Don't
Go
you?
big or go home.
Unless you
Um,
have a higher spell level than the
Well,
level
you might
of
as
the
well use
spell you're
8th
trying to
level
dispel.
spell slot. Why not? If we've got it. I mean, I'm assuming this will be something strong, so I'm using an 8th level spell slot.
Hell yeah.
So it's actually no. Then I can't. Can I? No, I don't think I can subtle spell it then.
No, you can. Because other spell just costs one sorcery point.
Oh yes, no, you're right. I'm thinking of the other one.
Twin. You're thinking about twin. Eight level. Wow.
Mistra raises one of her hands and casts counterspell.
Do his subtle spell?
Yep.
Counterspell to counterspell.
Come on, guys.
Do I want to do it? Okay, sure, I'll counterspell the counterspell. Alright. I'm gonna have to use an 8th level counterspell to do this stupid nonsense.
She's gonna
Sure,
raise another.
8th level.
We
8th
can do
level
this all day.
counterspell. Why not?
Terrible idea. Awful idea.
What do we want? Why are we doing this, guys? Let's talk peacefully.
Okay, help her suggesting. Stupid.
I've tried to dispel magic, goddess of magic.
That's right.
She just vanishes.
There is
Are you gonna,
goddess of magic.
KJ? Are you gonna roll?
At 8th level, I still need to roll it. Okay.
You always need to roll
at
it.
8th level.
Maybe you don't need to roll it.
So-
Maybe you do need to roll it, but we'll have you roll it anyway.
It's a 9th level dispel, the counter spell that she casted.
Well, your counterspell has unfortunately failed. And hers has succeeded. So, Frid, your dispel of magic has failed. And Mistra says... Mistra says... what are you trying to do?
You claim that the weave is as intended, but people all across the continent have lost their ability to cast magic. You'll forgive me for not believing everything adds up. We've been on this quest for years now, and it's led us here. And this answer that everything is fine and it was all for naught, I don't buy it, and it's unsatisfying. What are you really?
So she's been super calm and serene up to this point, but now she seems to be getting annoyed. And she repeats saying that, I do not forgive you. Everything is as it should be. Now leave back to your pitiful mortal lives. You do not belong here.
Make us. If this is your place, if you are who you claim to be, you shouldn't need to ask.
She says, I am not asking, I am telling you. Leave now, or you will not get out.
We came here half with that expectation anyway. We're seeing this through.
You said we couldn't actually see the portal
As
anymore,
you-
right?
Yeah, no portal. As you say that, she moves all of her hands in mystical ways. And suddenly, all of you are completely frozen in place. you realize that you can't move anything. You can't do anything. You are completely just somehow controlled or paralyzed or something. There's nothing you can do. And she says, you truly believed you could come here to my realm and defeat me. I control everything, foolish mortals. But fear not, as I will show mercy. I will make your ends quick. And suddenly, you see a ghostly figure appear before Mistra, between you. It's larger than you would expect, but even from behind, you recognize it as Walchentich. In some sort of ethereal form. And he says to Mistra, your control ends here, fiend. Heroes, rally together, fight for the fate of all things. I am free. And his entity, his self, just sort of explodes in this blast of light and dissipates everywhere. And you realize that you suddenly have control over yourselves again. And the first thing you do with that control of yourselves is roll for initiative.
Yeah.
How does your sense thing work, Reynard?
Divine sense?
Not very well.
Not very well. That's quite right. What's the question exactly? Just
Well, like when Walchentich appeared, what does he
it's
register
only
as?
it's only for until the end of my next turn, so it would have been.
Got it. Okay. I'll shout up to the void though. I'm sorry we doubted you. as he leaves.
Oh, whoops! I forgot to select my token. Sorry about that.
And
Sorry about
Reynard.
stealing that box. Kind of overreacted though.
What's that?
That's pretty good initiative.
Mm-hmm.
Ow.
You know what? Let's throw in a round counter as well. +1. Ta-da! I guess now is 0, so...
I was going to say, is that a countdown? Oh no.
No, it didn't do it. Hold on. Let's go through these. Okay, there we go. Round 1. Mistra does some mystical bullshit with one of her hands, and besides her appears a small thing, something. It's really strange to look at. It's something that just doesn't quite like compute for you. You're not quite sure what it is. It's this sort of thing that's just kind of like shapes and colors and everything just swirling in the air. You've like no idea what this thing is. But Mistress says, She says, I believe I have you to thank for this, ally. This little fairy was beckoned here by my power, and it just so happens she has a grudge with you. I simply give her the chance to exact her revenge for her imprisonment. And let's
I
give
feel
it.
terrible that I have no idea who that possibly could be.
Let's give it an initiative here. There we go. Slot it in there. Fritz, slow. With an initiative roll of 14. Slow.
It's a decent initiative roll. We just all rolled really good.
Then she proceeds to... Let's see. See, this is where I was preparing that spell book for. I didn't prepare anything like that for wall frontage. Reynard. Wisdom saving throw. And to let everybody know, to keep things interesting, instead of just giving Mistra an insane DC that's always just going to be like that, I decided to actually roll individually each time for a new DC. They are always going to be hard, but there's going to be some changes to it. So
I'm going to throw a flash of genius on Reynard's save.
All right.
sure.
I have a feeling people are going to be more than 30 feet away from me soon. So
Fair enough.
let's use those up.
So that's, 23 for me then. For the same.
Yeah, let's roll for that spell DC here. I'll roll it publicly. 20. So you beat it, I suppose.
Yeah. Thanks to the flash of genius. My height. Yeah.
I guess I should have also pointed out that she was casting a spell, but it's okay. It's okay.
I think she'll probably do that a few more times.
Well, then she's going to just... she's still sitting on that dragon, by the way, just kind of as a seat. And she seems awfully calm about all of this, in that sense. So she attempted to cast a spell over on Reynard, but that's it. She gives the turn over to Celery.
I'm just gonna cast Chill Touch on this thing.
Sure. You cast it on the thing, but after you've cast it, you could have sworn that it was right there where you aimed at. But for some reason, somehow, it was actually there. 5 feet to the side, so you missed.
I move here, and that's my turn.
It's just like celery.
It's Celery's soul. Mervyn.
All right, let's Ever the scientist, let's test what's gonna do damage and stuff. So I'm actually first I'm
Wait,
gonna
where's-
move to where I want to be, which is like here. And I'm actually gonna do firebolt at Mistra.
Uh-huh.
Not shoot. I want to see. Gonna doubting 15 hits, but
That is a miss.
yeah, that's a bummer. All right. Todd is. Can Todd make it? Yeah. All right. Todd's going to dash. Actually, no. Todd's not going to dash. Because I've learned last time that Todd dashing straight for the enemy sometimes leads to the enemy teleporting away from him. So Todd's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like halfway to the cube thing. And then dodge action, which actually frees up my bonus action that I never get to use. I don't think I have anything I could possibly use.
You also
No, actually. What?
Isn't your dodge action? I mean, bonus action to
Oh,
command
sorry.
Todd to move.
No. Todd can move 40 feet on his own, and if he wants to dash, I have to command him.
I see.
And dodge
But
is his default.
regardless, sorry to say, but as we've discussed before.
Oh,
already
right.
Todd.
Todd. Yeah. Never mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. Never mind.
Pyros.
All right. I have 2 different things I could do. I think that I'm just going to go with using my last 5th level for a synaptic static to hit both.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it not doing anything? All right, let's try that.
Because you got counter spell, that's why.
So yeah, that's 20 foot, just like fireball. So can I do it without hitting Todd? Yeah.
Nice.
She Mistra does some mystical hands and that's 5th level, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Math. Yes. Aha! You see, you cast your spell out. She laughs as she appears to. Basically, what you can see is somehow she's like taking that spell and kind of stopping it in its tracks as it's flying out, and she basically turns it around and well, basically what happens is it is now cast on you instead. Hold on, let's do center here. How was it? 20 feet.
Yep.
Okay, so Pyros, Reynard, Celery, and Parsnip. You need to make your saving throws.
Intelligence.
How much is the aura?
It's a 20-foot sphere, just like fireball.
No, I'm asking Reina. Reina's aura is
no,
plus
that's-
2 plus what?
My charisma mod, which I got a nat 20. It's plus 3. If you're within 10 feet of me, which you are.
And the DC is Pyros' DC here still.
Yep. So Parsnip would be the only one that failed.
Yep. And Paros,
Do I
you
take half
actually
damage?
roll. No, wait, you already rolled damage, so yeah. The damage is 20 psychic, or half if you saved.
And
Okay.
Parsnip has to roll a d6
Alright.
you subtract from attack rolls and ability checks.
It really doesn't even matter. Like, it's not gonna attack.
Right.
But what if?
Alright.
What if?
Given that
Right.
we all just took damage, I'm going to use my reaction to activate the Witch Child's ability, creating a sphere of light with a 10-foot radius centered on myself. Me and my allies have advantage on saving throws and ability checks, and enemies have disadvantage on saving throws and ability checks against our spells and abilities. Or is it my spells abilities, or? Yeah. Okay, so that's active now for 1 minute.
Awesome.
Right. And I moved a little bit and end the turn there.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. It's with shield, actually.
Shield.
Yeah. Not
Okay.
not a child.
Well,
It's a white shield,
I'm
basically.
still learning your name, Sword.
Child. My child.
Obey me. Yeah.
My new
Oh, no.
child.
Based on the description of the sword can literally tell you how to pronounce its name.
Right. That's what I said. I'm still learning.
Yeah.
But just
Parsnip runs away.
And that's it.
All right. You can also, by the way, you can clearly tell that the magical barrier thing around is indeed something that would stop you from moving. So you can't jump off the edge to end your lives.
It can't be pushed off the edge.
That
solid.
too.
I wonder if we can teleport through it.
As Parsnip ends its turn, Mistra is going to steal a little bit of a turn here. And okay, let's see. Hold on. I'm going to try to do this quick. Let's do this. Let's see. Like that. That, and that. So Mistra actually floats up from that dragon seat, and she raises her hand and does a kind of twist motion. And as she does that, you're gonna love this. The whole platform moves. And you along with it. So let's see, hold on. Don't move your tokens. Do not move your tokens. Do not move your tokens.
So move my token.
With someone else's turn.
You know, if you select all tokens, you can just rotate them, right?
I think I tried that and it didn't quite.
Oh.
I guess it would add up, actually. Oh yeah, it can do that. Hold on. Let me try it. Let me try it. Maybe I just didn't do it correctly before when I tried. Oh yeah, it doesn't actually work because they are not the size of the map.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mervin is right here.
Thank you.
Fred is here.
And then finally Todd ends up being
A dragon rider.
here.
Or crushed by the stone platform.
Both Mistra and this thingy over here in the corner are floating, so they don't move the platform. Reynard, it's your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna walk 10 feet forward, and she's floating. Is she within melee reach? Like,
Yeah. She actually dropped back down to stand on the ground now.
all right, well, I'm just gonna slash at her. So first attack.
Slash at her ankles.
At her ankles, literal ankle biting. 30.
That's it.
Okay, so we have this, and then we have the sword is going to be an extra 2d6, and I can heal someone for 2. Who needs it? Within 30 feet. Pyros, get healed for 2.
All right.
All right, so then that's, what is that, 20 damage.
Yep.
All right, second attack. 26.
That's it.
Hopefully that is that. Nice. Okay, so it's the extra 2d6 every time. Love it. All right. So then that, and once again, it's within 30. So yeah, just heal for 2 more then, Paros, and double smack against her ankle, and that's it for me.
All right. Then it is the turn of this thingy. It is going to... It suddenly appears here towards the center, and it so some sort of force of something comes out of it, and it hits Frid. Frid, make a Constitution saving throw. All right. You feel very strange and suddenly a little bit nauseous as you suddenly find yourself standing where you were a little bit ago before the platform turned. You also, this is something that you would not realize immediately, or possibly ever, but you have also aged by 2 years.
Wow. Okay.
Could you die of
Why
old age?
why would we notice that? How would we notice
Could you die
that?
of old age?
You are physically aged by 2 years, which is not enough to die of old age just yet.
Just yet.
Yeah.
Reynard, the only
I'm
one
quite
of us,
young,
I think, who
luckily.
would have
Visible aging.
You'd be-
Yeah.
where 2 years would make a dent.
Well, then it is the turn of old Frid.
Old man Fred.
Okay. This dragon statue here, how large would you say it is? Would you say
It
it's a
says
huge object?
Um, um, it is. It's larger than a huge object.
Larger than a huge object. Okay.
Yep.
So I can't do anything with it.
Chop part of it off first, then you can.
There goes my first idea. Was gonna have a dragon fight Mistra. WrestleMania style. I am going to bonus action unsettling words onto Mistra. You're a liar and a fraud, and you have too many arms.
It's the last one that cuts the deepest.
So that deals 4 away from her next saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Then let's cast slow.
Mm-hmm.
A good call.
Wisdom.
The goddess of magic isn't very wide, right?
How big is a 40-foot cube?
That's a cube.
It's big.
I mean, you could always put it at a corner, right?
I mean, I just need because I can choose which ones I
That's up
alter.
to your
Oh,
choice,
true.
anyways.
Yeah.
I'll choose Mistra, the fairy spirit, and the dragon is not a creature, so
No.
can't
As
choose
far
that.
as
It's just a cool statue. my DM promise to you is that is just a cool statue. That is nothing else.
until we chop the tail off and animate it.
She saves.
I'm gonna cast Silvery Barbs. And then give Reyna the advantage.
Sure. She saves even more. And the fairy creature appears to be unaffected. And Mistress says, she says, you would use time magic against a creature of pure time? You mortals are more foolish than I thought. Is that the end of Frid's turn?
It doesn't really help me moving anywhere, to my knowledge. I'm probably better away not being next to anyone for AoE spells, so sure, yeah.
Okay. Then let's see what I cook up next. Let's see. Yes, that would be quite. Yes. Ha ha ha. Let's see what that would be. Let's look at a circle here. What kind of circles can I draw?
That's quite a circle.
No, I don't like that circle.
Yeah.
I don't like that circle at all.
Yeah, I suppose that circle would actually just hit
Didn't
everyone.
think I'd have to move
so-
further away, honestly.
Parsnip is safe.
No, but I mean, the circle can be just to the side, and it's gonna be hitting everybody. So I'm gonna need everybody to roll a wisdom saving throw, and I will roll the DC for you.
Quick question.
Oh
So
yeah.
the sword's sphere of light ability,
Yep.
as written, do my allies have to be within the 10-foot radius sphere of light in order to get advantage on
yeah.
saving checks?
Yeah, that's
it's
the
30,
intention of
right?
it. Yeah.
Oh, so I get one more then.
30.
Yeah, you get advantage. So do I. Nobody else.
You said wisdom?
Yes, wisdom.
Okay, that's what I figured, but as written, it would suggest.
I can't
Okay.
physically save. Like
I think I'm gonna fail.
With Reynard's +3, I make it.
And you do get rolled at advantage, Paros.
Yeah, I rolled twice.
You did. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm at 25.
It's Flash of Genius. I can use it on my own. Have I used my reaction for this turn?
Nope.
No,
Not yet.
I don't think so. Okay, I'm gonna use Flash of Genius to get up over the save, and then I have to roll Todd's save. And Todd also physically cannot save.
So, whomst amongst you failed?
woo me God.
Todd?
Me.
Me.
Todd, Frid, and Celery. You are frightened of Mistra.
Oh, that's hilarious that me and Pyros, the ones that can't be frightened due to my aura, are the only ones that saved. Fantastic.
Well,
I saved.
yeah,
That doesn't
perfect.
help me much though.
Oh, you did. Oh, sure. Still.
But now Todd can't move closer to the thing.
Celery. It's your turn, Celery.
I cast guidance on myself, and that's it.
All right. At the end of your turn, you need to make another Wisdom saving throw against the same DC. Oh yeah, I guess I should have actually described to you that you are, in fact, your deepest fears are manifesting as your worst nightmares are frightening you.
I mean, right now my deepest nightmare is a slow death. I'm gonna die.
She does look a lot like a spider. Yeah.
I wonder what Todd's deepest nightmares are.
Well, you succeed in saving, so your nightmares disappear. Mervyn.
Well, since Todd can't move closer to his intended target, that frees up my bonus action again. Awesome. So I will cast Branding Smite at just the basic second level. Although I'm not sure radiant damage will harm the goddess, but whatever. We're gonna try shooting at her. Pew pew.
Did she seem to? I've dealt radiant damage. Did she seem like she took full damage from it? I don't know if we would even notice.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, okay, we're good. What was the thing about the thing Reynard did to her that gives her like disadvantage on some things? And
it's only on my. I believe as written, it's only my spells and abilities she has disadvantage against.
Got it. Okay. So yeah, we're just doing shooting once, shooting twice. Oh,
Solid.
fantastic. And then I get an extra 2d6 on just that first one. Okay, great.
And these were both against Mistra?
Yes.
Okay.
And if it's relevant, it cannot become invisible.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
Mm, I'm gonna move because Frid, Todd, and Parsnip and I are forming a perfect line here, which I don't like. So I'm just gonna go 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there. I'm comfortable there. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, that's fine.
Pyros.
I'm going to go ahead and try the other thing that I was thinking of, which I'm not sure if it'll work, but going to use the limited wish for true seeing.
Ooh, I like that.
All right. You are seeing truly.
So it gives me true sight, which means can see through normal magical darkness, see invisible creatures, automatically detect visual illusions and succeed on saving throws against them, and perceive the original form of a shape changer or a creature that is transformed by magic.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Does anything change? Okay.
It was worth a shot.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, so then
I'm
bonus
just sitting
action
here
to start.
waiting to TPK actually.
Bonus
That's
action to
literally what
start
I'm
flying,
waiting for.
just to stay 5 feet above the ground, so I don't get flipped around next time that happens.
All right. 5 feet.
And that's it.
Okay. I would, by the way, note that you have, like, you've hit Mistra.
Mhm.
You have wounded her. Like, like I want to make it clear that you are dealing damage. That is clear to you.
Yeah, I can at least tell everyone that there does not seem to be any sort of transformation or illusion effect here.
Parsnip.
So she's just a dick.
Not gonna change anything, it's just gonna stay there.
All right. That's a fail against the 22 DC. So Parsnip is going to keep on being scared and take some damage. You take 18 points of psychic damage. Reynard.
Okay. First swing will be, I'll use Great Weapon Master at advantage from the Silver Barbs. So 21.
That's it.
Okay. Extra 2d6. So what was that, rounded up or down? Doesn't say. Is it rounded up or down for the healing?
I think typically things are rounded down.
Sure. Okay. 4 points of healing.
Wait, where
Sorry,
are you
from this
rounding? Oh, yeah, because it's, yeah, okay, yeah.
Half the damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
So in any case,
34
that's,
damage?
yeah, 30, it's, 25 plus 9. So 34 damage dealt, and then I heal someone for 4. So, I don't know. Celery, you look like you need it the most. What a neat ability. I really like that.
Sure.
Okay, second attack will just be a normal attack. 30.
It's a cool sword
It
that you
is a
get to use
sword. I like
once.
it that I get to use once. All right, 3 points of healing to Pyros, and what is that? 19 damage, and that's it.
Uh-huh. All right. Then it is the turn of the weird thing, and it is going to direct some weird energy at Mistra. And you can see Mistra's wounds close up. And that's the end of its turn. Frid.
I don't want to do that. Go on. I'll use Otto's irresistible dance. Upcast with a 7th level spell slot on Mistra.
It's a great spell.
Charm.
Yeah, but I have to
Should she be
use
charm?
one spell slot higher, which doesn't get me anything, but I don't have a 6th level spell slot available.
Are you gonna get charmed?
Cast it on the cube.
The spell, unfortunately, does not appear to work.
Okay.
Immune to charm.
You never know. And
Anything
I
else?
don't know. I think she would save everything else. No. I won't even bother rolling because I don't have a high enough modifier to pass the frightened.
You don't need to get closer to her.
Yeah.
Mhm,
But you have disadvantage on stuff, don't you? While you can see her.
mhm.
You also take 23 points of psychic damage at the end of your turn as you fail your saving throw.
Did Todd get that too?
Well, did you roll for Todd's
Oh,
saving throw again?
I forgot. I mean, Todd also physically can't pass.
Right. Just trying to bypass it by auto-failing.
Is Todd able to be frightened? Is a machine?
Todd is able to be frightened. He cannot be charmed, exhausted, or surprised, but he can be frightened.
Well, Todd takes 20 points of psychic damage.
Okay, great. Okay, now that we know that, maybe we need to boost these saving throws.
Let's go with this. Let's see, what's a
Is it a
40-foot
spell?
sphere? Yes, it is a spell.
Cast counter spell.
All right.
It's 4th level. I'll still roll for it in any case. I'll add my guidance to it. It didn't roll my guidance, so I'll roll on D4. It's up to an 8th level spell, it's counted.
Sorry. Let's see, 40 foot. Yeah, 40 foot and 4 of them. That's going to be everybody again. This time, everybody needs to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Once again, Paros and I have advantage.
Right.
Ooh,
I'm like so ready to just get TPK'd with a high DC, so I'm like, whatever.
yeah.
Look at this 9th level meteor swarm that's gonna come. I'm so sure of it. Like, what else is gonna be 9th level, right?
Well, it was only one circle, so it'd be one meteor.
Just
A
meteor.
meteor storm is gonna cover all. It's like so much damage. I'm just gonna die in one hit.
The DC is 20.
Yeah, nope.
So Frid and Todd, you are the only ones that succeeded.
We're scared. That makes us agile.
All
Panic
right.
so we're fast on our feet.
See. No. No.
How much damage does Meteor Swarm do?
All right, so you see from the heavens
Oh dear.
a veritable swarm of fiery balls falls down upon your arena of battle here.
I literally can't even save it.
And so those who okay, hold on. Somebody was resistant to fire, right?
I am. Yep.
So-
Made of fire.
So
just eat it.
and you both saved, right?
No.
No, you didn't save. Okay, so
I say.
Reynard and Pyros, you two are going to take math.
I don't like taking math.
You take 45 points of damage.
Okay.
Everybody else, you take 61 points of damage, halved if you saved.
61, so 30.
Okay. I'm going to use my reaction to rebuke the violent.
I don't think you can do it because it needs to be an attack roll.
Oh, it's only an attack roll.
If I'm not wrong.
No, just do,
Yeah, I
do
don't
damage
think-
with an attack. You're right.
Yeah, shield
Right.
doesn't help me either.
Yeah, you're right. It's with an attack. I missed that.
It's 61.
You do take note that this also this did appear to hurt Mistra herself, although the thingy in the middle kind of was left out of the field of these exploding things. And then it's Hilary's turn.
I cast Vortex Warp on Frid to put him right beside Reyna.
Okay.
So you can't be frightened, then you don't take psychic damage.
That's right. That's good.
I can live with that.
I assume past name is dead. So whatever. Bye, person.
It was blasted.
Meteor food. Yeah.
Like, what am I gonna do? I have like 24 hit points. I'm like, just gonna die the next turn. So that's my turn. I'll move up here. And Fit is right here beside us.
Remember the items that we've been saving
Fred?
for the final boss fight.
True.
Fred,
My turn? Or
No.
do I...
you got teleported. You need to move yourself.
Oh, you want me to move it? Okay.
I mean, if it's gonna be a 40 feet anyway, we might as well bunch up. They're just gonna get hit.
I'm sure.
What's the difference?
Stand within my 10-foot sphere of light.
Yeah, the light of hope.
That's right.
Mervyn, it is your turn. You are not in the light of hope. you are in despair.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm not with the group. Oh, good God.
Before you do anything, I will remind you that you saw that this thing in the middle projected some sort of power at Mistra, and that seemed to it seemed to reverse her wounds.
Yeah.
Is it like channeling that, or did it just do it once?
It just did it
Okay.
once.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all. It's flying, right?
Floating, hovering.
It's floating. Okay. So teleporting it off the side of the thing probably is gonna help.
You don't think you can teleport anything off the side anyway.
Oh, okay. So that was a handy trick. All right. I'll step a little closer to Todd, so he's within reach of Flash of Genius if he happens to get close to the. Actually, I'm gonna toss to Todd, if I can, as a free action, my scroll of heroism. And then that will be his action to use it.
I don't think Todd can use a scroll of heroism.
Why not?
Need to be a spellcaster to use a scroll.
Yeah, I don't think Todd knows any spells. Doesn't have any spellcasting class.
He's been taking night school.
I suppose you're right. I suppose Todd does not know spells.
Well, actually, last session.
That's right.
Okay. Forget Todd. Sadly, he's not being much help right now. I'll just leave him. I'll use another branding smite. And I'll also be using Arcane Jolt if I hit this thing.
What thing?
The cube.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just shooting at it.
As you take your first shot, you shoot straight at it. And your bolt goes out. And then you're confounded because you shot straight at it. It was supposed to go straight at it. And the bolt did go straight. But for some reason, the creature was actually there, 5 feet to the side. Did you take your second shot as well? Because you actually did it kind of before any of this happened.
I'll
take another shot. And the same thing happens again. You could have sworn that you shot straight at it and that it was in that spot, but for some reason, it apparently was right there. Whenever this is happening, you when like you think it's right there, but it's actually somewhere else, you see that it's like energy that is going around it is it kind of gets it gets super fast for a moment. As something has happened.
Like, it's expending something to do this?
That's a good working theory. That it seems to be expending something, since it's like something is happening whenever that happens. But it's really strange because to you, you don't see it move or anything. It seems like it just always was wherever you weren't shooting.
That's weird. Okay. So then if I never actually hit it, then the branding smite is still up, and the next time I hit something, it'll kick in. All right. And then yeah, I guess Todd is gonna take the dodge action, and he can't do anything else. And then he'll do his wisdom saving throw. Come on, Todd. Nope.
That's not it.
It is not.
Todd takes 35 points of psychic damage. Pyros.
All right. So really, I'm just deciding if I want to take your DM promise at face value.
About the dragon
just Eldritch
statue
Blast
being an
that
actual
thing.
statue?
Yeah.
It is just a statue, I promise you.
Okay.
The whole point
Why
of
would you
it.
put it?
I know.
See, the whole point of it is because Mistra can twist the arena, we need to know what the orientation of the place is.
Why would you give
That's
her
the
a
only
normal
reason it is
throne?
there.
Why would you give it in the shape? of
That's right.
something that
Any
would
old chair would
make
work.
it so suspicious to us.
Especially mentioning it's the same color as everyone's been glowing.
Yes.
We've
Because it's-
seen
I guess-
stuff happen with dragons
I will
before.
say the color did clue us in that Mistra's something's spooky and weird with
All right.
Mistra.
Yeah.
So, just to make it so I won't be doing these at disadvantage, I'm going to be moving just to the other side of Reynard over here.
Mm-hmm.
And
Everybody stand
Eldritch
by.
Blast. Eldritch Blast at, I'd say 1 at the little fairy creature, and then 2 at Mistra.
Uh-huh.
So, first one.
As expected by now, somehow it wasn't where you aimed it was. So you do not hit it.
And then the 2 at Mistra. I assume only 1 hit.
1 hits, yes.
Yep.
12.
Okay. That's it.
All right. Reynard.
Okay. Let's just go. More double attack in the ankles. It's just a normal attack. I think a 22 hits.
Yes.
Okay, so 4 damage, 2 points of healing to, let's go to celery. And then second attack. And then 4 points of healing to celery. All right, so 30 damage total, and that's it. Or no, sorry, 34, 43 damage total, and then that's it for my turn. Stand put.
You have bloodied Mistra.
Okay.
And as that happens, she yet again decides to twist the arena. And oops, whoa, the whole thing is going. Did it move? No. Good. Wait, how do I? There we go. It twists back like this. And I'm just gonna go ahead and about eyeball you all. Because I promise you it doesn't matter
I
that
think
much
Pyros,
here.
Pyros doesn't count with
It's
us.
floating, right?
Yeah, I was flying.
Oh yeah, Pyros, you stay there. Or there.
Yeah, that one.
Anyways, we're going with close enough. So there. Because Mistra then again does some absolute mystical stuff with her hands all around, and you all feel yourselves suddenly slow down as you kind of see that the creature in the middle starts emanating, like Mistra is somehow like pushing some power into it, and it starts emanating a power around you, which is which to you feels like you are really being like slowed down to a crawl in your movement. And she says, it seems I have underestimated your tenacity. No matter, I have prepared a contingency. And then she starts saying in an almost a whisper, and you immediately recognize what she's saying as she says, "My tomb is guarded by a gust of air, light as a feather. My tomb is guarded by a drop of morning dew." And then loudly she proclaims, "My tomb is guarded by 100,000 killer demons." And with that, in the air suddenly a portal opens up, rips up in the sky. And you expect...
come with the demons.
You expect 100,000 demons, but what you see come out of the portal first, you see the head of some sort of demon roll out of it. Just a decapitated head. And then, out of the portal, flies a scythe that spins in the air and strikes Mistra in the chest. And as heavy metal music plays,
the immigrant song plays.
out of the portal jumps a familiar face who looks a little bit different than before. It is a rude Malukella, who looks a little demonic, more demonic than last time, but also appears to be covered in demon blood, has a huge maul with him, and he just jumps out of there and screams out, "A gift from an old friend of yours." And then turns to you and says, "Hope you didn't miss me much, everyone."
Cool.
Real
And then he
cheer.
misses the platform.
Falls for infinity.
But no, as Mistra is struck by this scythe, you see, first of all, you see like a strange, it's almost like a rift appears in her form, where it's struck. Like, it's not just a wound, but it's like emanating out from that. And the slowing effect that was on you start dissipating right away. She grabs onto the scythe, rips it out of her, and she says, I know this blade, but it will serve you no more. It is time to shed all illusion. I am beyond you. I am your doom. I am your reaper. And you see basically everything around you kind of start transforming as Mistra herself transforms. The platform you are on suddenly starts just like plummeting down. And Pyros, in a split second, you realize that that thing is not... You clearly can tell that this thing is not adhering to the laws of gravity that you know. So you think that you need to stop hovering or else you're going to be left behind.
Sure.
Okay, bye.
Well, can you imagine, like, the thing that means we can't jump off the edges is like a globe around it. So like as it falls, he gets like pinned to the ceiling. Just, like,
That's great.
All right, so now I'm going to need you to look at where your token is. Look at it. See where it is. Because I'm going to need you to...
Todd too. I gotta focus on Todd too.
Okay.
Yeah.
About. It's not that important. Because now we're going to transfer you over to the next map. So, Mistra has taken on the form of this sort of weird skeletal big form. She holds what you assume is Enioc's scythe in her hand, and yeah, she just looks extremely disturbing and strange. Oh, that didn't actually update your tokens either. Oh, hello. Let's see. So you need to actually update your health to what it is supposed to be. Oh wait, is that what it's supposed to be?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, you
looks
took
like
so
it.
much damage, so that is what it is supposed to be.
Yeah, that's the meteor storm.
Meteor storm. What do you want to
Sorry.
You
Forgot about that one.
fireballed us really hard.
We did lose initiative counts.
Oh, you did. Hold on. There's a way for me to...
New initiative.
Wait, is it just that
Pretty happy with
I
my
think
roll,
I can
actually.
just... No.
We're all going after Mitra, so what does it matter? What does it matter if you're all going after?
Well, you know what? You don't need to know it. I know it. It's the same order every time. You've
Okay.
learned it by now. Frid, why are you measuring a big circle?
That was a while ago. It's
Oh,
I'm
it's stuck for me.
currently.
Hold on. See if I can just... Nope, it's still there. Oh well. Yeah, so that was the end of Reynard's turn.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, it helped when you did it again.
Cool.
And then it is the turn of the fairy thing, and it is going to Mistra, or whatever this is, actually appears to kind of like absorb all of its power into itself. So that thing is no more.
Dragon statue's still there.
Yes, though it seems to be breaking apart a little bit as this whole thing is plummeting down, or what to you appears to be down. It's plummeting somewhere, and there's just this dark energy bursting out of it. You see everything around you that was very serene and everything. It's far from that now. It's red and it's just zipping by as you're falling. But it's Frid's turn.
Okay. Well, my old plan doesn't really work anymore as we're spread out a bit more now.
I'll mention that Zarud is here just cinematically, so don't worry about him.
Cinematically, okay.
Yeah. Like, I'm not going to be rolling any attacks or damage for him. He's going to be attacking, but whatever, you know.
It's reflected in her just already lowered maximum damage or something. But do we have to, like, worry about AoEs with him?
That's up to you. Do you worry?
Unfortunately, Chris could not come back to play for one combat.
I mean, I will say that they will hurt Zarud, but
Fine.
yeah.
I'm sorry, did you say where the fairies come?
It got absorbed.
Absorb.
Gone.
Into Mystery.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I can't target that. I can't target heal us effectively. I think it's time to consume a potion. One of the healing variety. Or does it have to be? Yeah. No, I'm indecisive. I'm just going to attack it. Just going to use a firebolt against the enemy before us. There. Does a 19 hit?
Yes.
Is it resistant to fire?
No.
Knowledge gained. And then, yeah, I will end my turn. That's so.
All
If
right.
I'm in the aura, I don't have to do the save because I just
You cannot be
automatically.
feared. Yeah.
Cool.
Does that actually
Zarud
break
goes.
position?
Yes, and smacks the enemy. Then it is the turn of Mistra? Question mark. And Pyros just so happens to be right there, nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty close by, so we're gonna do a little bit of a move here like that, and then Pyros, let's roll some attacks against you, why don't we? Is this it? Yeah, let's do that. What's your AC?
15.
Okay, that's a hit. You take 13 points of slashing damage and 18 points of necrotic damage.
So 31.
And then another attack. And that's another hit. 14 points of slashing and 18 points of necrotic.
Okay. That's 0.
And then we're gonna move. Mistra question mark is sort of floating around. Kind of.
Yeah, Mistra, totally.
Mhm.
She maybe need
s-
a good greater restoration. With that,
She
it's
needs a
the
good
problem.
night's sleep.
Celery.
I mean, is able to get in there, right? I'm pretty sure. I don't need to bring you to her, right?
Oh yeah, no, I should be good. Where she is now, yeah. I can-
I'll put healing word on Pyros, so you get a turn ink. First level spell slot. Sorry, I'm almost out of spell slots.
That gets me up.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then I'm sorry, Fred. I'm just gonna drink the potion. I'm sorry. I'll take the potion and drink it.
The one in
Is
my
it-
inventory.
Just reach over and grab it.
Is it 44 plus 4?
The potion X, I'm pretty sure, is just full health.
Oh no, not that
It
one.
is.
I just wanted to drink the greater one. The greater healing
Oh,
potion.
I don't have that, so I don't know.
Okay,
I
is
thought we
greater
used
healing
Potion
44?
X in Zixiel's tower.
Mhm.
Nope.
We
I've still got
successfully
potion X
debated
on my
not to
character
use it.
sheet.
Oh.
I'm trying to find where's my potion of what's the roll for it? I think it's 44 plus 4. I literally can't find it.
For a greater healing potion, yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's so many ones.
And did KJ misremember the order, or did Mervyn get skipped over?
It's not
Mm,
his turn yet. It is.
No,
But I
no,
yeah,
probably
celery,
didn't do it right.
celery's first.
Let me count. If you're gonna be here, I want to be 15 feet from it, and just in your aura. So I'll be like right here.
Yeah,
I'm
there
gonna
you go.
space myself exactly 15.
Is
from it.
that close enough? Like
If you
think
want to
that
be in
it's
the
up-
10-foot sphere, then you want to be a little bit closer.
Yeah, that's
10-foot sphere of Reina, but 15 feet from it. So I got that right.
Is it
But you're
in
now
this space.
you're 15 feet from Reynard as well.
No, he's
But
saying after I
After
run
he
up and attack it. But I just can't tell if it's
okay.
occupying the space that appears like just a little bit of it is in.
okay, sure.
That-
Then you
Um,
can. Yeah,
That's fine. You're good there.
that's my turn.
There you go.
Pyros have to come closer for mass cure wounds as well. I don't know.
Mervyn.
All right. I'm gonna. You said people need to get closer for mass cure wounds.
I think that was what Fried wanted to do the previous round, but we were too spread out.
How far away do people? How?
It's
It's
a
a fair
30-foot
bit of-
radius.
Yeah, like it's a point with 30-foot radius.
Got it. Okay.
So you have to be 60 from Pyros.
So we would have been fine if Pyrus had teleported with us, but alas.
Mhm.
Todd, by the way, is no longer frightened,
Oh,
Awesome.
so you can use Todd.
Great. I can use Todd. God, I kind of wish Todd had just went down because when I resurrect. Oh wait, resurrecting Todd.
Takes a minute.
No, I think it just.
Damn,
Sorry.
Todd, why couldn't you die?
We've gone through this so many times.
I'm pretty sure it takes a
can-
minute,
it's-
right?
No, there's an
No, it's
action
one.
to do
No,
it.
it's one action. It's one action
Yeah.
and one spell slot, and it
But that is-
but it
but-
returns
but-
to life after 1 minute
but-
with all of its hit points restored. So I can't do it with
But also, I'm asking you focus. That has
Yeah, I'm
nothing to do
sorry.
with anything that's
I'm
happening
sorry.
right now
You're
because
right.
Todd is not dead.
Yeah. Todd is not dead yet, so Todd's
so
going
let's-
to quit. Okay, so I'm Branding Smite is still active, so I'm gonna shoot at the scary thing. And again, Arcane Jolt if it hits. And I'm not gonna use Sharpshooter because I fear it'll not work. Okay. So that's the 12 piercing plus the 2d6 of the Branding Smite plus the 4d6 of Arcane Jolt. Arcane Jolt is force damage. So awesome.
Nice.
That's decent damage for one shot.
Yeah.
A lot of 4 and 6.
Anything else?
Well, can Todd close the distance? Todd can. Todd's gonna close the distance and take a swing. Go, Todd, go. Your first attack of the combat. Yay!
It's a hit.
Did it?
Yay! Todd did 9 damage.
Mistra question mark is going to react to Todd's attack
Oh.
by coming down with an attack at Todd.
Yeah.
What's your AC?
Todd's AC is 17.
Yeah, Todd's AC is 0 because Todd is dead.
Yeah.
That's 25 damage. If you care.
Well, it's
Pyros.
25 damage from going to someone else.
Wait, is Mervin gonna move?
I can. I already set. I already did my turn.
All right. So then I'm gonna move closer, try to get to everyone else, and launch some blasts. I'm guessing. Well, does 18 hit? I don't remember.
It does not.
No. Okay.
I think we had a 19 hit.
That definitely does not.
Yeah.
There we go. And I'll stay on the ground this time, so that's it.
Yeah. You think if you jump up, you're gonna just float up for a...
We're still falling, right?
Yeah. The whole platform is like plummeting down. It's going real fast, faster than it should be going.
It's like jumping.
Reynard.
All right. Okay. Oops. Selected there. All right. I am going to rush forward here. So why is that doing that? Okay. I'm getting weirdness where it's moving the board when I try to move my token.
Oh,
What's going on? Yeah, when I try to move my token, it's moving the whole view. I'm not sure why. Okay, there it goes, actually. Okay, so anyways. So we can go to there and just take a couple of cuts at this thing. Now, what does it look like exactly?
you see what it looks like.
Is it just like this shadowy, horrifying... Okay, sweet.
Yeah,
Reaper with
pretty much
rotting bat wings.
yeah, exactly what you see.
All right, first swing. Looks like it connects. Do that plus some Okay, so 3 points of healing. Can't reach Barros, but 3 points to Celery then. And then I will attack again. I'm actually going to Divine Smite on the second one, just a first level slot. But let's see. Okay, so the first one's 9, so 4 more points of healing to Celery. So total damage there is, what is that? 9, so 25 damage for the second attack and 17 for the first. And that's it for me.
Does it happen to be a fiend? If it's a fiend, there's an extra d8 of damage.
Oh, true.
It does not happen to be a fiend, in fact.
Okay.
Okay.
Unfortunately. Frid.
Okay. Right. Start off by doing a little bit of maths.
Pretty sure so long they are 60 feet. Well, no, you guys are just out. You guys are just 5 feet out of each other. You can't hit both of them.
Yeah. If only someone had moved.
Don't worry about me. Just
Maybe-
get everyone else. It's okay. It was my fault.
Maybe that someone maybe that someone doesn't deserve healing.
Yeah.
I'm going to use my highest spell slots I have currently, being a
Ooh.
5th level spell. The minimum needed to cast Mass Cure Wounds. That gets us 17 healing. Oof.
Is that gonna go to Todd too?
Todd
You
can
catch-
recover from curing from cure wounds. It's a contract, right? Mass cure wounds don't cure contracts.
If you can't catch him.
No, he can catch him, but Todd is a construct, and mass cure wounds don't
Yeah.
affect construct.
Oh, they don't specifically? Okay. Yeah.
Constructs and
Oh, well.
undead.
Oh well.
All right.
And then
Do you also heal Mistral question mark?
no, actually.
Okay.
I thought about it, but yeah, I'm going to be pedantic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Within the 10 foot. Oh.
And then bonus action. Nah, we'll leave it. I'll end my turn.
All right. Zarud decides to smack a couple of times at the enemy.
Well done, Zarud.
Hell yeah.
You really showed it.
Style
Two
points.
And we're going to take... sorry, but I have to actually take a real quick couple of minutes break.
Okay.
And then we'll go on to the next round. So you can go to the toilet or get a drink or whatever.
Yeah,
Grab a
I'll do
drink.
that.
Good call.
Just a second. Everyone's gone.
Nope, not going in here. If we had a minute to wait, I wanted to ask about our what's the word? The player who just joined us midway through the combat.
It's your predecessor who
I think, yeah.
yeah, who barbarian.
Ancients,
Barbarian
I
who
think.
uses sorry?
Ancients barbarian, I think.
Yeah.
Ancient. Okay.
Yeah. The ancient barbarian who used a big maul to fight was a boisterous fighter, and basically how they ended up leaving because the player had to their schedules shifted, so they had to leave. How the character left was that Iniok, this elf guy you've heard of, had previously entered a portal with a Baylor. So Iniok was on some other plane of existence, and suddenly a portal. These guys were just sitting around at a picnic, basically, and a portal opened up, and a hand grabbed Zarud and pulled it into the portal.
Right. That's fun.
And it was basically Iniok there being like, "Hey, we've got a job to do. I need your help here. Let's go."
Nice.
and yeah, basically they've been fighting demons ever since then. And yeah, Zarud's picked up some demonic influence, I suppose.
Nice. All right, I'm here. I just gotta plug in my laptop. But
Yeah. Anyways, then it is the turn of Mistra, who is going to, I suppose. Reynard, you're being shoved.
What? Okay.
So athletics or acrobatics?
Okay. We'll do athletics, and I'm getting advantage because of my aura, presumably.
You are actually going to roll it straight
Okay.
because they're too big.
Ah. All right.
That's a strength save.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
What's your +2? Either one. We could just switch
Yeah,
it
it's
in there.
the same. Athletics is +5 anyway. I'm not proficient in it. So
Okay.
it's the same problem.
Well, you do get shoved 5 feet backwards.
Oh, okay. The indignity.
And then I guess you probably got pushed back by a foot. And then Mistra closes the distance a little bit and comes in swinging at Frid with an attack.
Boo.
What's your AC?
Big brain play.
I'm pretty sure it's 15 at the moment.
Well, it doesn't really matter the exact numbers here because that's a little bit high of a roll. So you take 16 points of slashing damage and 17 points of psychic damage.
32. Okay. I'll actually take that instead. I'll use Aura of the Guardian to transfer that damage to me.
Well, fine.
That's my reaction. So how much was it again? 32?
33.
33. Okay, I'll take that.
Fine. I didn't want to hit Frida anyway.
Yeah.
Celery, it's your turn, I suppose.
I'm gonna summon my Draconic Spirit on the other end of it at 6th level. Oh, it's
Alright.
actually the right size. It doesn't have that much HP. Why does it have that much HP? It only has exactly 100. It's gonna be with him here. I'll adjust the HP in a bit. Is there a way where I could have done a Draconic Breath that goes upwards and doesn't hit us? Because he's tall.
First of all, the Draconic Spirit is going to be here. The yellow aura is where Mistra is standing.
Also, it's a 5x5 that he is.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
What's the range on that?
It's a 30-foot cone, but I want to angle it upwards to hit it, so that it doesn't hit us.
I guess it would work.
I guess I could also be flying. The damage type is force, and I have resistance to psychic, if that matters.
But see, we can now see that you can just, you can just do something like this. You can, it's fine.
So I'll take that 5, and I really want to hit you bad, so I'll rend you 3 times. We don't have flanking, right? So here.
No.
1, 2, 3, 5. I think those hits.
Ooh, nice.
All hit.
They're non-magical, if that matters.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to move Frid
It does matter.
out of.
It does.
Okay. Does he take any damage at all when it's not magical?
Yes.
I'm gonna use my face step on Frid to move him 5 feet back. That's all you need, right? 5 feet back.
I am
And
moved.
that's my turn.
Everybody protecting Frid. Mervin. Protect Frid.
Protect the healing.
Yeah, I mean,
Frid's the
That's
chosen
fair.
one.
We're gonna persuade.
Don't give him ideas.
I'm gonna, the 2 fourth level spells that I prepared are not really gonna help in this fight. So I am instead gonna upcast another
Mhm.
branding smite to 4th level.
All right.
So if I hit instead, it'll do 4d6. And I'm going to pop an arcane jolt on there as well, but I think I'll do a healing.
No, do damage. Do damage.
Yeah, I'm just going to do damage. Okay. Let me shoot twice at this guy. Yikes. Okay.
1 is a hit.
What is
The
it?
other one hits Todd. No.
All right. So then we've got first half is radiant, second half is force
Damn.
damage.
Nice roll.
Mhm.
Ooh. Yeah. And as always, my crossbow is a magical weapon.
Yep.
And I suppose
Don't forget to move.
I will move. I don't want to make a line. If I use my full movement, I'll make a nice little line with Celery and Reynard. So I think I'm.
You've become so scared of lines.
Yes.
Oh, God, we ate some
Right.
light.
He's gonna throw the
today.
sieve in straight lines.
Yeah. You could stand next to Fred and still be in my aura.
Yeah. Oh, I can stand next to Frin.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Provided I
Thing
don't
sit-
get kicked out of the
That
way
thing can
again.
just move. That thing can just move.
No, why would you say that? Of course it can't.
Okay.
It's alright, my draconic spirit has sentinel. No, it doesn't.
Sentinel.
Is that Mervin's turn?
Yes, that is all of Mervin's turn.
All right, Pyros.
All right. So, for the sake of having something to do with my bonus actions later and also to use resources, back when Pyros lost his powers, Celery put a flaming sphere in the Ring of Spell Storing.
Sure. Go. I didn't even remember that.
So, I'll go ahead and put that right next to the Mithra here.
Mm-hmm.
At that
The
point
only-
of time, my DC was 17.
17? Okay, I was about to ask that. I wasn't
Yeah.
sure what it was.
I haven't leveled up yet,
Wow.
so it should be a 17. DC 17.
Literal blast from the
Excellent.
past.
Yeah,
DC
I knew
17
that
what?
you-
Dexterity.
Can you post a spell?
Let me do that.
Sure.
That's a save.
So it does half
So-
damage.
Yeah, not much damage to begin with.
Yeah.
That'd be a good combo with Elemental Bane.
But yeah, so that sticks around for a little while, and then on the rest of my turns, I can do it again as a bonus action. But that will be it for now.
I don't know. You can have this dragon token for it. Controlled by you.
Cool.
There we go. Reynard.
All right. Keep swinging this beastly sword.
You
Mhm.
recover some hit points.
At the end of my turn, yes.
Yeah.
So first hit.
Hold. Well, roll your
Hold.
damage. Roll your damage first.
Okay. Do I do the healing bit too?
Sure.
Okay. Is that it's within 30 feet? Yes. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Pyros, you can have 3 health.
How
All right, and that's
magnanimous.
it. That's my
How
first.
generous.
Yep.
It adds up. I love this sword. It's my favorite sword now.
As a reaction, you
Yes.
are attacked.
Mm.
And continue on with your turn. That was a roll of 1.
If
Okay.
but if I wanted to be mean about it, the sword does say you heal for half of the radiant damage dealt. It doesn't say it has to be only that 2d6.
Oh shoot! Divine Smite, just pumping healing left and right. Let's not get too crazy. All right, I am going to Divine Smite on the next one, provided it hits, which it does. Just level 1 spell slot. Sorry, I should have said that. So there it is. Oh wow, 12.
6,
Pyros, you
nice.
can have 6 HP back.
Mhm.
So that's decent. 11, so 33 damage on the second attack. And that's all for me.
All right. Well,
They put it right here.
with your second attack, Mistra reacts again in a little bit of a different way. This time, teleporting let's say right here. And this like huge blast of power comes from the side that Mistra's on, pushing all of you, slamming you all to the far wall.
Oh.
So I'll throw you over there. I guess the fire thing doesn't really move.
Okay.
And she yells out, "It is the end of the line for all of you." And you are just buffeted by this incredible power that's like coming out, and well, I guess Todd's body would also get pushed down. Yeah, you're just completely pinned against this like this wall of power behind you, let's roll some damage here. You all take conveniently enough damage to drop you all to 1 hit point.
So my draconic spirit took 99 damage. Shit.
Yes.
I so badly want to rebuke the violent on that.
Is this is this like story important or
Yes.
am I okay.
You're not going to do anything because as this like storm keeps going and you're just like pinned to the wall and you can't really do anything, as Mistra is just like blasting you with this magical power, Zarud is somehow able to just like wrench himself off and take a couple of steps forward. He stands there. You can see him standing, and he's really like straining to bring his arms up. He's standing there, and immediately as he does that, you can feel that the power is weakening on you, and it's almost as if you can see around Zarud. You can see these ethereal forms of other Goliaths. He looks back towards you and says, "Fight well, everyone. My ancestors smile upon me." And it creates this sort of barrier around all of you that is protecting you from this incredible power that is hitting you. But unfortunately, as you see, eventually Zarud as well is disintegrated by the power of it all.
No.
And as this happens, suddenly there's a big crash that's just absolutely sudden. You all basically black out as you basically all black out for a moment. Now let me see if this is ready. Yes. Yes, it is. Oh yeah, Parsnip's dead.
For a
Tart's
while
dead as
now.
well. Parsnip is forever lost. Sorry, just a second. Things are being slow for me here. You wake up. You're not sure exactly how much later. Probably seconds, but it's hard to say. You realize that the platform you were on has crashed down into this endless pit of lava.
Oh my.
You find yourselves too weak to really do anything about it, as the strike of it all hit you way too hard.
Is this just me?
What? HJ? HJ is frozen.
Thematically
Lost. Lost to us all. Anyways. You can barely do anything as you lay there on this platform. Mistra says 10,000 years did I wait. If it wasn't for you, I would have succeeded. If I go down, I am taking you down with me. Suddenly, as pretty much all hope seems a little bit lost, you see before you, again, kind of like where you saw those spirits around Zarud, you see these forms of almost humanoid shapes that are shining a very benevolent, friendly light. You can't quite understand what they are in form. You don't recognize them as any, like, you can't tell, like, okay, that's an elf, that's a human, but you can tell that they are like humanoids. And they stand there before you. They don't say anything, but you can feel their presence, and you can feel as they enter your bodies. And for some reason, somehow you know that these heroes are giving you their power. So I would like everybody to level up to level 17. And you also regain all your resources, including your limited wish and anything else that has any sort of cooldowns. You regain it all, and are preparing spellcasters. You have access to all of your spells, prepared or not. Of course, limited by your spell slots, but you don't need to prepare your spells.
Are we at full health too?
Yeah. Basically, long rest.
4 plus 4, 8.
Okay, let me just.
Plus anything else.
So I cut out there for a bit, and my audio isn't working. Well, my internet isn't working on my laptop, so I'm on my desktop now, so I don't have a
Yeah.
camera.
That's fine.
I missed some things there.
Basically, spirits of heroes came into you and leveled you up, and regained your spent resources.
Lovely.
Except, by the way, I should mention Todd.
Except for Todd.
Yeah. No spirit entered Todd, unfortunately, so Todd is still dead.
But he's one of my resources.
I'm sorry.
He's like the big thing for my
True.
sub.
I
You
know.
can't call Todd a resource.
He said I get that
I
dollar.
know. I know.
Okay, fine. Fine.
Oh. As you're preparing everything, I will mention that you realize that this platform that has crushed down into this pit of lava is sinking.
Oh, good God.
While you're getting that ready, I'll get your turn order back in action.
Is there any non-concentration flight spell? People, do you guys know this?
Oh, my proficiency.
You probably shouldn't look for that because you're not going to be able to fly over the lava either.
Okay, so we're just dropping it. It's fine.
It's
bother.
it's a little bit heat rises. it's going to be a little bit hot above it.
Well, in real life, you can't actually stand close to lava. It's
Well, that too, but yeah.
too bad.
Okay, I believe I have all my stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm good as well.
I'm good too.
All right. In that case, it's Frid's turn.
Okay.
Or are we re-rolling initiative?
No,
Let me just.
I
add all my
am-
spell slots back.
reopening Roll20 because it's slow.
Also, it appears that the flame sphere did not make the map journey.
It's still up there.
All right, interesting.
Okay. Is the map really laggy to move for everyone else?
A little bit, but it's fine.
No, I can move okay.
Oh. I don't mean like move your token, just like move the map around.
Not really, a tiny bit.
No, I'm good.
Okay, so it's just on my end. Yeah, I'll have to live with it. Why would it be like that? Anyways, Fred, it's your turn.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of still I've got my spell, but I haven't added it yet because it's. I'll just cast it and we'll just make it work. Okay. I'm gonna move into range of the creature. That's pretty in range. And then I'm gonna cast my brand new fancy spell, Prismatic Spray. Don't have anything set up for this yet. So we're going to be going in manually. So 8 multicolored. I'll just copy and paste if it will let me get back to the chat. God. Ugh.
I can put the spell up for you.
Yeah, please do.
drag it in.
Because mine's not going the fastest either.
I don't have this spell. I'm just putting it up for him.
And I will be using 3 of my sorcery points to make it roll with disadvantage. Where is that character sheet gone?
And it looks like you need to roll a d8 to determine what happens.
Yeah. Come on. So 4, that's green. The target
Poison.
takes 10d6 poison damage on a failed roll or half as much on a successful one. And it has disadvantage on the throw.
Poison damage.
Yes.
Will you roll the damage?
10d6. Six.
Okay.
And then I have a little bit of movement left, so I'll move 1 step back. And I will end the turn.
All right. New round, which means that the platform goes sinks down a little bit, and just because I placed you randomly, I'm not gonna let you be in lava when this sinks. Oh yeah, it doesn't do anything on this one. Yeah. So you're all good.
Oh, that's how it does. That's cool.
All right. So, Mithra. Mithra is going to go ahead and let's see. Let us go in with a classic old slap to the face on Frid.
Seems valid.
Yeah, you're the closest one. You know.
I'm gonna cast Silvery Barb if he hits.
I've
That
also
is
got a
it?
reaction to use. What does Silvery Barbs do? It gives it disadvantage
Reroll.
on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, re-rolling, and that's a miss.
Cool.
I'll give myself the advantage.
All right. Well, it's your turn.
I'm gonna use my new spell, which is Blade of Disaster. Here's the spell description.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I'll put it right behind him, and I'll roll with advantage on my first hit. Where is it? Did I set this up right? Yep. So I'll roll a second time to see if it crits. So it did crit, so I'm gonna do crit damage, which is 12d12. And then this is my second attack with the Blade of Disaster, which is a normal roll.
Mm-hmm.
And that's 24 more. And then with my action, Frit. This is all about Frit. Save Frit again. I can't actually save Frit now that I think about it, unless I swap spot with it. So I'm just gonna shoot at it with Chill Touch. Yeah, that's what I do.
Wait. You already cast a spell though.
Chill Touch is a cantrip. And that's a bonus action with Blade of Disaster.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Blade of Disaster is like
And here.
super powered spiritual weapon.
I end there. That's my turn.
Mm-hmm. I was going through the tokens trying to find a cool thing for you. You get this
Can I use
Baylor.
Parsnip for this? Can I use
No, you get a
Parsnip for that?
Baylor.
Parsnip disaster.
Sure.
Parsnip
Baylor it
isn't
is.
disastrous enough. Controlled by you. There we go. Okay, and that was your turn.
Yep.
All right, Mervyn.
Well, I feel a surge of magic as I level up, and instantly I know new spells. No learning required.
You've learned it from the
and-
spirits of ancient heroes.
From the spirits of ancient heroes, and they let me know that I can summon a big ol' fist to punch this stupid thing. So I'm gonna cast Big B's hand. And I need to just sort of copy and paste the text.
Oh boy.
Okay, that was a copy and paste.
Yeah. So yeah, it just shows up, and it has AC of 20, and now that I'm level 17, it has 154 hit points. And I get to do something with it on this round even, and it's gonna do the clenched fist. Just punch it.
That's your hand.
Great. I'm gonna just step up one, and then it'll go. I don't know what space it can occupy.
Well, not one that the enemy occupies.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
It's
Is it
still
good
a
where
5
it
by
is?
5. No, it's the 5 by 5. The enemy. The yellow aura around it is. Oh wait
I
a minute,
can't
you
see
can
a
see the
yellow
aura.
aura at all.
Now you can see it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, if you mouse over the initiative, it shows you, but
Oh, I didn't know that. Nice.
That's cool. Okay. And then I'm rolling 4d8.
But yeah, in D&D, every creature is always a square shaped.
Got it.
It's never anything like anything else.
Okay. So it does 25 damage. Force damage.
Anything else?
I'll no, that was a spell. I can't do another spell.
Did you use the actual attack for it?
It was an action to cast it, and then I think it says on when you cast the spell and as a bonus action on your subsequent turns, I can do stuff with it. So
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
but you didn't actually do the spell attack roll. The melee attack roll.
oh, you're right. I'm sorry. 11 is my spell check. Does a 21 hit?
Yep.
Okay, great. So it does the 25 damage. Okay. No, I can't do anything else without
Pyros.
All right. So
What is
I'm
it?
going to move a little bit to try to stay away from some of the lava. And since I went ahead and picked this up, since I learned a spell, go ahead and do Scorching Ray, which at level or 5th level spells has 6 rays.
Mm-hmm.
So first one. All right, is there any ones in there? Nope. 2. Oh, nice. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Checking to see if there's any ones. Yep. Okay. So the one where it's 23 to hit and did 6 damage, it'll actually be 7 damage because I have the elemental adept, which makes so I do 2 damage instead of 1. And that'll end that turn.
So some of those are misses.
All right. So let's see. I got 6, 7, so 13.
Okay. I've added up the damage though. So two misses for the 17 and 18. Reynard.
All right. Charging across the battlefield while I use a bonus action to speak a word of prayer and thanks to the heroes that gave me this magic. And I'm casting Holy Weapon. It's a bonus action. And then doing my double attack thing. First attack. Oh, ugly. Second attack. Right. Not so good. Okay, that's it for me.
I'm just adding names to these quickly. Yeah, those are unfortunately both misses.
I figured.
So, Reynard saving the day. Frid, back to you. HJ, are you alive?
Sorry. It's muted. I'm gonna go for a simple cone of cold, but before I do that, I'm going to do an unsettling words.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 1d10. A 4. No, I want to hit hard, so I'm going to. Can I actually also use that, or is that a bonus action itself?
You can still heighten it if you want to heighten it.
Yeah, I'm going to heighten it as well, using 3 more sorcery points. So it's at disadvantage the next roll it makes, and then I'm going to upcast. What's the most damage? That can't be
Ninth level.
upcast. Well, no, it's what spell can be upcast. Cone of Cold, I guess. A 9th level Cone of Cold. So let's hope this hurts.
If it made its saving throw, I'm gonna silver rebarbs it.
Okay.
It does save.
With disadvantage and -4. Wow.
Then here's
Yep.
the silver rebarbs.
So
And I'll put the
rebarb,
advantage on myself.
and now it fails.
Woo. So
I
that's
have legendary resistance.
Level 1 spells to the rescue.
8 plus 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 12 d8. D8.
Pretty good.
All right.
Yeah. And then yeah, I'll pass my turn.
Okay. Then the platform sinks. And it is the turn of this thing. And it is going to go ahead and... Was there something else I wanted to do here? Something cool. Oh, that would have been cool. But I'm not going to do it now. Yeah, I think what it's just going to do is it's going to go ahead and politely ask Reynard to do a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. And is that still with advantage? I don't know if my light of my sword carried through the... It should.
Yeah, it's still on.
Systematic reasons, because it was wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
At advantage.
And you're within reach of a flash of genius. Oh, never mind.
That's a 33.
Well then, fine. In that case, you're just gonna get attacked.
Okay.
25 against your AC.
That hits.
So that's gonna be 25 points of damage.
Okay.
And again. This time, 26 points of damage.
All right.
And
so I make 2 con saving throws. Let's see. Okay. So for the first one and the second one, I'm good on both.
And you may have noticed that the scythe that they are holding has changed color from red to green. And you realize as you are hit by these attacks that the wounds that you have been inflicted with are not going to heal anytime soon.
Oh, okay.
So, for all purposes, you have basically lost that in maximum health.
Okay. Scary.
Celery. Temporarily maximum health.
I'm gonna 8th level guiding bolt it.
Mm-hmm.
I have advantage on silver barbs, so let's see. Let me roll a third time. Plus 11. Is it 20 hit?
Yes.
Okay, so let me roll my 8th level. And then with that advantage, I'm gonna continue attacking it with Blade of Disaster. See if I crit. I do not crit, but I do this much damage. And then a second attack with the Blade of Disaster. It's just a 28. I'll get back here. And that's my turn.
All right, Mervyn.
I'm gonna shoot at it twice and use an arcane jolt for damage because the healing's not going to do anything. And then Big B's, and then my big old fist is going to attack. You too. You, nope, and you. Is a 19 hit?
No.
Okay. So I missed both times with my crossbow. But I attack with Bigby's hand, a 24. I'm hoping.
Yes.
Okay, and it's 4d8 force. Right, 18 damage.
All right. Anything else?
And no, I'm gonna move right there, so I'm within Reynard's aura if I need it.
Mm-hmm. Pyros.
That's it.
Yeah, okay, that's not going to work right now. So instead, for the heck of it, let's give a try with Hold Monster.
That's a brave try.
That's awesome.
Wisdom. Well, that's a success on that.
Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and try to start flying now just to get over the statue over here. It's about like 10 feet up.
Sure.
Honestly, the last to go down.
That'll be it.
All right, Reynard.
All right.
Will you hit?
Then a 1 and a 4. We're gonna do an attack action. Here we go. That's a little better. Okay, we'll do a smite with that one as well. So we have base damage, and then I'm gonna do a 4th level smite. Okay. Okay, so for the 9, I guess I can't actually heal anybody. Correct?
You still have your holy weapon.
Oh, I do. You're right. I do roll that. Okay, so that's what is that? 43 plus 51, so 57 damage with the first attack. The second attack. Okay, and same thing. Divine Smite at a 4th level. So oops. Roll has 2 L's in it. There we go. Okay, so that's 52 on the second attack. And that's it for the turn.
All right.
Nice and simple.
Frid.
Okay, I'm going to go for another unsettling words. And I guess I'm going to say, Hello?
Hello.
Yep,
Cut off that ER.
The unsettling word is hello.
That was great.
Your reign ends here, foul beast. You should get some meat on your bones. It's unhealthy to be that skinny. Slash. It's a 2 from his next saving throw.
Your words weren't very unsettling.
No, not really. I'm gonna try a slow. I know.
Why don't you try something that would do some damage?
Okay. Well, when you put it like that,
Why don't you not do that?
How about psychic lens?
I could try Phantasmal Killer, but that requires 2 failed throws to have any damage. I think it's just going to be best if I go for another Cone of Cold, but we'll do it this time at 5th level.
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad. And
It saves.
No reaction from like those attack on Reyna looks so scary.
nothing I can do about it saving. Then I will. So I've done bonus action, and I'm not going to move. So that'll be my turn.
Well, your attack seems to strike true at this enemy as the platform continues to sink. The creature before you says, "You may think you have won this day, insects, but celebrate not too soon. Tremble, despair, for I will return again and again, as many times as it takes. But that won't be the worst of it. I used the wizard to send a beacon. The others will come."
Hannah? Pardon? Mervin says that.
Hey, there it
Pardon?
is.
It died.
Right from Cone of Cold.
Mhm.
I guess it's frozen statue. Well, no, it kind of just it kind of breaks apart in form and becomes actually this small magical orb that's just floating there in nothingness. And
Monk.
as you look around yourselves, you realize that the platform is still sinking.
Can I try teleport now?
Like,
You can try. Where do you want to teleport?
To Jost with the elders. That teleportation circle.
do we want to grab that little orb that it became?
I think we have bigger issues than that, than just teleporting out of here. Because
What do you want me to do?
I mean,
Die?
as it stands, there's no god or goddess of magic. No. Or am I misunderstanding that?
Can I poke the orb with my big magic hand?
Mervin's big hand is the new god of
Sure.
Just see
Nothing
what happens.
happens.
magic.
If nothing
I'll
happens,
just pick it
then
up.
yeah.
Can it be moved? Like, is it like? Will it shift, or is it just a ball of light that's like that the hand passes through?
Yeah, it passes through it.
Oh, okay.
Let's slap it. By that,
Anyways,
I mean,
your
try-
teleportation fails.
Ooh.
Yeah, I guess we have to touch the orb then.
Yeah, let's
If
gather
that-
Said there
ourselves.
must be a shepherd of magic. This might be how someone becomes it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shall we draw straws?
No, I forfeit my place. One of you should. I'll take a knee and start saying prayers to Ilmater to spare the rest of you.
I don't even want to be a god. Fred, you look really god-worthy. Don't you want to be a god?
Sorry.
I don't want to be a god.
I don't want to be a god.
I don't want to be a god.
If everyone
Go for it,
else
go.
is
I have no
hesitating,
disdain to it either.
if everyone else is hesitating, then Pyrus will go ahead and try to grab it.
Nothing happens.
Are you sure you grabbed it right? I'll try and grab it.
Nothing happens.
Maybe if we
I
all
guess we
grab
are all
it
just
together.
taking turns to grab it.
That is clearly not working.
Well,
What
we've
else
done
did
what
we
we've set
forget?
out to, guys. We defeated
Yeah.
the calamity.
Did we forget something? Wait, what does the tablet of Mithra say?
Well, it was about beating this, no? The calamity, which we've done.
What about Zigzag's diary? Is anything in there?
As you stand there wondering, panicking, apparently, eventually, suddenly, everything goes blank. And you suddenly, it's as if you just woke up in here. You're standing in a void of basically nothingness. There's absolutely nothing around you except you. It doesn't seem like you're standing on anything. You're just there. It's just you and this orb. But then a spirit of some sort, a ghost of some kind, starts forming in front of you. And it looks like what Mistra looked like initially, except with just two hands. But otherwise, a tall, elf-like person who seems to be purplish by hue, but they are kind of ghostly and ethereal, so it's a little bit hard to tell. But they speak to you and they say, "Heroes, thank you for what you did. I am Mistra. I am as I was an eon ago. You have freed me from my vigil. 10,000 years ago, we defeated Lyvernia, but its soul could not be destroyed. Someone had to stay behind to look after the arcane weave and to guard the soul of the calamity. I took up that duty. We knew I would eventually be consumed by the calamity's control, but someone had to do it until the soul could be destroyed. We split the soul into parts, removed from each other. Over the period of 10,000 years, it would weaken to the point it could be destroyed. The others were supposed to guide their descendants, so all would know what had to be done. It seems everything did not go as planned, but you were able to save us from another end. Yet, the cycle begins anew. The Calamity's soul has recovered and must be weakened again. Another eon imprisoned here. Yet, I can no longer serve the world as I once did. Knowing the pain, the agony, I could not ask this of anyone if there was only any other way. But I fear one of you must take my place as guardian of the arcane weave and jailer of the Calamity.
I look
Alright,
at
I
Fred.
guess
What's
I'll
everyone
make a-
thinking?
I'll make a
As-
bundle of straws, I guess.
I mean, out of
We can-
character, Fred is very content to do this because, like, all the crimes committed, everything has kind of like led up to this. So, Fred would happily do it, or I'm not sure if happily is the way, but you know,
But it
duty.
fits. Yeah.
Yeah. So, if other people actively don't want to do it, Fred would definitely be before them.
I don't want to do it. I know for a fact Celery doesn't want to do this.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, I
part
mean,
of
I-
Bean and Celery
I-
goes together?
Reynard would prefer to retire to a farm somewhere.
Yeah, Mervin wants to go home.
Mhm.
But
Fred's always said his actions were for the greater good and all the
Yeah.
evils would eventually be worth it. And I think this is, in his eyes, a perfect opportunity to prove that. So, unless, Pyros, you want to do this, I will step aside and let you take it.
I mean, Pyrus is kind of conflicted on it because his whole, like, the whole journey he's been having has been trying to get free from being under his patron's thumb.
Mhm.
And this would just be exchanging one jail cell for another, in a way.
Mhm.
You know what I think you shouldn't do? It's be jailed, and then I feel like you should take up the commune spell so that you can actually talk to Fred when Fred is here. So he's not lonely for 10,000 years. See, that's such a better plan. That's a way better
we can all become warlocks of Fred.
Warlocks and Fred.
Mistress says, I do not have long. Please. One of you must take this.
I will do it then. All our actions have led us here. All the wrongs we've done. It is only fair that I stay here and right them. I've been one of the members on this quest from the beginning, and I'll see it through to the end.
She says, very well. It is your duty now. Thank you for saving me. I will now be gone.
Where are you
She
gonna go?
disappears. And Fred, you immediately feel a change.
Right.
You immediately feel like you are no longer yourself. You feel like there's something else that is now with you. And with that comes just an immense amount of knowledge and everything. Something you know right away is that you have to send these people away. You have the power to send them back, but they cannot stay here.
Okay. Well, it is time for you to leave. Live on, enjoy your lives, and remember your duty for the future. Share the tale of what
Okay.
happened so that the same mistakes are not repeated. I wish you the best, my compatriots.
I promise.
anything you
I
want us to
promise that
pass to your
I'll
mom?
see to the plans of the next 10,000 years
Mhm.
of the next cycle, and I'm gonna spend the rest of my life doing that, but also seeing if there's a way to bring you back, Frid.
No, that is not needed. This is my duty now. I will act it out until completion. Worry not about me. Live on your mortal lives.
While we are here, does the magic feel stronger here than when we were back on the mortal world?
You feel nothing.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to speak the command word to shed my armor and drop my sword on the ground.
Okay.
Say, bees belong here. I belong on a farm. If you have any control over where to send me, back to Lion's Rest. I intend to get married. To get remarried. I intend to make a dozen babies, and I'll tell all of them the story. And hopefully my children's 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 children, and so on, will be there standing with you when the time comes to face this thing again.
What's the name, by the way, Lena?
Oh yeah. What's your real name?
My real name is Damien.
Frid, you don't have a control over where you can send these people. You just know that you can now send them back to where they came from, but also that you really do have to do it quickly, or else they are about to become something they don't want to be.
Okay.
What's the last message you want us to pass to your mom? Quick, Frid. Last message. She's an
Live
archdruid.
on
She
a
lives
worthy
forever.
life. Know that I tried that, and I will do my best from where I am. And then, with those words, I will say farewell, and then send them back.
All right. Everybody else except Frid, of course, you find yourselves in front of the Tower of Arc, but you realize that the tower behind you has like imploded in on itself. It's destroyed somehow. You're not sure when that happened, but there it is. Before you is Hiram Martin, the Warforged paladin that you fought, and he says he doesn't seem too surprised to see you. He says, "Heroes, the Emperor wishes to speak with you and thank you for what you have done today for this world. I see not all of you made it back. My condolences. There's one question I must ask, though. What of my friend?"
Golden Reach.
Waltridge. He
He was instrumental in what we were able to do.
He realized that the creature could control him, and he took himself out of the equation.
He says, I am happy that he went in peace. Eventually you speak with the Emperor, who I assume you you agreed to speak with the Emperor, who says basically just thanks you for everything you've done. He says that he says Gilbert, my spy master, has filled me in on the situation. I am ashamed of my involvement in all of this. I should not have blindly trusted Lord Waltridge, as dependable as he had always been. Even the greatest among us can be led astray, like he was. I hope you will help us remember him as the great man he was, and not the puppet he had become. I know there is nothing even I can give that could reward you sufficiently for your heroic deeds here today. But I will guarantee you will have enough gold to live your lives comfortably if you so choose. In addition, I have already made arrangement to bestow each of you an imperial title. A symbolic gesture, but hopefully welcome. Declining such titles will of course be your choice. And if you are looking to put a rest to the adventuring life, I am certain we can find you fulfilling roles at the Imperial Academies. Is there anything else you wish for yourselves as rewards?
Yeah, stop invading the other half of the continent would be nice. It was never clear to me why you were doing that.
The Emperor says, no invasion has been planned.
What's your for?
That's just how politics are.
Dude. Fine.
All right. I'll.
The war was instigated actually by the West.
Okay, fine.
That's what I thought.
I want you to release. Whatever.
Okay. I'll say I intend to swear an oath to be done with violence. My only request, I intend to refuse your titles. All I want is a simple life. My only request is do what needs to be done to eradicate the remnants of Zixioth and the undead armies in that part of the world. Pledge me those resources, and in return, I will do my best to lead my people as a farmer. We'll have some of the most productive farms you'll see in the Western Empire.
It will be done, says the Emperor.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll bow.
As for me, I know what I want to do. I want to make sure that what Frid does carries on until 10,000 years later. So I still want to be around 10,000 years later. So I need to look for this spell called Sequester. So I could be time sailed away, and you can call me for my knowledge regarding this time.
The Emperor says, I do not know about this, but perhaps the Academy of Arcane Arts can help you with that.
Yep. Yeah, so I'm just going to be in a time sail, and I'll be with Frid 10,000 years later.
No.
But before you do that, though, don't you still have the eye and the hand?
I mean, it's fine, right? What's wrong with that?
Does Pyros have... So, wait a minute, before you go on, does Pyros have any special requests to make through the Emperor?
Not unless I've been told something.
All right. Because then I wanted to kind of... well, then basically everything fades to black and credits start to roll across the screen. And we... I wanted to look a little bit into the future for your characters. So, Celery, you don't want to try and restore your health or deal with the curse.
I mean,
Pyrus was planning on using Remove Curse to see if that would work as soon as the...
Anything that easy won't work, no.
But having this curse means I could always enter the Tower of Arc, right? Then
Well,
why
there
would I
is
get
no
rid
Tower
it
of
if I
Arc.
want to stay connected. I mean, in 10,000 years. It's
But
still
there
going to
is
be the
no
same
tower.
process, right?
It'll probably be different next time.
The Orc tribe is freed of their duty now.
It'd be a different tower by the
There
sounds
is
of
no
things.
tower. Yeah.
A different portal or a different point of contact. Yeah.
But yeah, well, I'm just asking Celery, do you seek out any way of doing that, or do you just live with it?
I guess I would seek out to get rid of this pain.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what Pops have to say, since I don't really need this now.
Yep. Well, we'll leave it a question mark whether Celery succeeds in that, and also whether you succeed in locking yourself away. Probably,
It's
but
a 7-level spell.
we'll see. Mervyn, for you, generally speaking, what are you doing?
I'd like to start my own Academy of Engineering, essentially.
Your
back
own?
in- Yes, my own. I still think the Empire's gross. I don't want. I will take as much money as they give me, and then use it, and then hopefully, if I can, poach some of their engineering people.
Sure.
And then
Sounded like
I don't want to be. I don't want to have any other titles. I will, like, as another thing to. Celery has that plan of being locked away for 10,000 years so that he can then impart the knowledge of what needs to be done. And I think that's a sound plan, but then also I, want to build in, contingencies to that, like maybe a big ass obelisk with
instructions.
Mhm.
instructions or, something, just anything.
Yeah.
Maybe it's also in like picture form in case languages change over that amount of time. Like,
If
stuff
you
He's gonna create a dummy
um,
Skype.
if you've heard of like atomic priesthoods, that's a concept for like warning future people of nuclear waste, the
Yeah.
dangers of nuclear waste. That's kind of the idea behind all of this. Was originally that the original people had figured out that they would just like have this oral history to pass down, but then we saw where it failed. But I have a question for Mervyn. As you do your research, something you realize is that stuff that entered your blood that lets you turn all metallic and stuff.
Oh yeah.
You look into it and you come to realize that there's a choice to be made with it. If you were able to research it by extracting it out of you, that could help medical research and possibly many other kinds of fields. It seems like something that was really important that was lost because somebody killed that gnome who made it. So you realize that you could try and extract it, but you also realize that if you do that, your life expectancy will be a lot shorter. Like you would maybe live a couple of years after that.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course I'd do that. I'd make sure that plans I have for, the warning stones and celery plants and all that are, put in place, and few years isn't much to get my new Academy of Engineering up and running, but it's more important to have that medical advancement.
Yeah, I mean you have several years. You get something set up for sure.
Yeah.
Well, in the case of Reynard, we've actually you actually ended up finding the happy ending in a way that you figured out that Hall was controlling you and everything. So you've kind of decided to go in on the peaceful life. So yeah, I guess that's pretty much that's it for you.
Go back to farming, have a lot of babies.
Yeah.
That's my plan.
Yeah. But we have something kind of similar with Pyros. Because for Pyros, you may have guessed it at some point. But your patron isn't a fire genie anymore. when you got that amulet of ultimate evil, you made that trade of something later on, and what that something happened to be is that Pyros's kind of contract was moved from one person to another. You eventually kind of figure out who it is, who was for some reason just sort of copying what the fire genie was doing, because your patron has become Asmodeus, basically the ultimate devil, the greatest prince of tricksters in the underworlds. And you're not quite sure why. I mean, you figured out that probably originally it was because you people really had to. There were these gods who were like backing you up because you really needed to. Everything needed to succeed. But with Asmodeus, it's impossible to tell if there was some sort of ulterior motive, because you still have your powers afterwards. So you don't know if you're a pawn in some really long game or what's going on.
I will say that fairly early on, assuming that his powers work the way that he thinks that they will, Pyrus would want to use Wish. I wish that the beacon the Calamity sent never reaches its intended target. And we'll see what that does, if anything.
Mm-hmm. We'll leave it as a surprise.
Some other poor, unsuspecting world. Oh, God!
That does leave one other thing, though, because let me see. Where is it? Okay, so when you do it this way, there is a chance that you will never be able to cast that spell again. 33% chance. So, okay. I figured I'd check that just in case.
But yeah, do you... How do you proceed? Do you try to free yourself from your warlock ship again? Do you try to figure out what the plan is? How do you try and play with this new knowledge?
Yeah, he would definitely try to figure out what the plan is, because I think if it's been mostly hands-off like it has been so far, he'd want to try to use whatever powers he has for the benefit of people. But then as soon as he sort of gets the hint that something's not right, that, he might end up being a pawn in a very dangerous game, that he might try to get out.
Mm-hmm. Well, we don't know. And for Fred, you continue on being a god. You basically kind of you lose a lot of yourself. It's like because basically the kind of spirits of the two previous gods of magic kind of merge with you. It all comes about controlling everything. You kind of, unfortunately, you sort of forget about your friends, your family, everything on the mortal plane, and but yeah, you continue on. You continue on in a role that is going to be important in the future in this world. In a future campaigns, I do. Fred is now the god of magic. what the people back on the material plane will notice is that magic has changed. The group of you are able to still hold on to your magics, but a lot of other people actually who have been able to cast magic before no longer can, and other people have spontaneously become like sorcerers, learned new magic. So things have changed quite a bit, but the magic weave heals, and everything's starting to rebuild at peace. I will mention that you made you made an extremely good choice by having Frid take up the role of the goddess of magic, because
If Pyros did, he'd still be bound to his motives.
yeah, if it had been Pyros, Asmodeus would have had kind of a foot in the door to the realm of magic, and if it had been Celery would have brought in that strand of Shar, who would have also probably liked to use that stuff for bad. Yes. So good thing there that Frid did not carry any sort of curses, as far as we know.
Woo.
But yeah, that's kind of it. In the future, one thing I'll mention, like there's peace, world rebuilds, all of that. Something interesting does happen in the future, which some of you will experience, which is that the Drow are actually going to be invading the world. There's going to be long Drow wars coming up in the future.
No. I remember there's an exit right near my people.
Yeah. But we don't know how things go with that. Hopefully they go well.
But yeah, we'll see.
Maybe you shouldn't have left that sword behind.
No, it's all good. But I can imagine that one last ride story.
Yeah.
An old Reynard.
Yeah. You don't have your bard out there telling stories about you anymore. But you have yourselves. What kind of, like, how do you tell your story? Do you tell it as it is? Do you try to embellish it to be a little bit nicer? What kind of legacy do you want to leave?
It's a folk legend, the sort of thing that grows in the telling as it's told in small villages and small scale, passed from one inn to another, one late night story in a common room over ales. And it just propagates down through the ages.
I think I'd probably end up emphasizing heavily on the people who are a part of the group and then died, and then Frid. Like, I'd probably, of the 4 remaining people on the earth, I'd maybe like hold back our role in it a little bit. Because part of building legends, it helps if there's not a person alive for people to meet their heroes. You can just sort of make them grander than they are, or grander than they were. And
we weren't the best of us. We're just the ones that made it at the end.
Yeah.
Don't know if Frid was the best of us either.
You're ruining it.
Why he's doing this?
Well,
I guess technically there's more than 4 remaining, because Janice and Mort are still technically alive and somewhere on the continent.
If you remember where they went.
Oh.
And if you remember what I said, what's coming.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Janice might be
I wouldn't know that. I've got like a 5-year death sentence on me, so.
The scrying and the sendings never worked.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, do you have any questions about anything?
What happened to the
What
raccoon?
happened? The Rat King, yeah, that's actually interesting. That's a good one. So you never really asked about it, but between the thieves guilds, there was always a room in the back of the Rat King's office, and the Rat King was somehow always there where you were, even though you had traveled like a ton. It was because the Rat King had this sort of own magical teleportation system to get between the places. Now, at one point, he got stuck in there, in between the places. He could no longer get... like, he was traveling true from one guild to the other, but he never arrived at the other one. So he got stuck in limbo, and it's one of those where that was like a potential side quest, potentially, if you wanted to look into it at some point. You didn't, and I guess nobody really probably would have cared too much to look into it, so unfortunately, I think the Rat King died in a magical void, which also meant that the Thieves Guild, which had been this like continent-wide organization, basically got split up into local guilds who started doing things the way they wanted to do, instead of having a unified thing. So he was always on your side. He was always a good guy, but unfortunately.
I just remembered that we gave all our maps to the drow.
Yeah.
You know, we do some ultimate good, we do some ultimate evil. That's kind of like our party in a nutshell.
I mean, the next worst thing that we could have done was have Mervyn invent sunglasses for them.
Yeah.
So, at what point was Waltonrich taken over by the Calamity?
While you were during the 9 months that you were gone,
Right.
basically, like there was the Calamity was split into like 3 pieces. The first piece was in the Tower of Arc. The second piece was the goblet you found at Zixios, and the third piece was the casket that you were carrying. And by putting the casket that you were carrying into the ley line at Waltrantich's tower, that freed like a big portion of the Calamity's power. And there it was also able to like start asserting control over Waltrantich, but he was strong-willed, so he was able to like keep himself in control for the most of the time. And he truly believed that he was doing good, but yeah.
One question that I had was I was wondering why just in that one town everyone was getting sick from the Calamity.
Oh yeah.
It was because they were on a ley line, but it also just happened to be so in there that the effect was much stronger there. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
The merchant who sold us, I say sold, gave us the talisman of ultimate evil. Who was he?
Asmodeus.
The merchant himself. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny.
Played a little trick on you.
What happened to the Shadow Guild of adventurers?
Well, that's basically up to the ones who came back if they wanted to try to do anything about it, because they would continue on to churn away as things were. Their whole thing was to keep creating chaos so that adventurers had jobs. And they would continue doing that. Which, by the way, I'm a little surprised nobody requested from the Emperor or said that he would want to try to get back into the guild.
All right.
Because you're still banned.
I think we've had enough adventuring.
Right.
Certainly I have. Certainly I have.
We don't need to go on the minor jobs the guild gives anyways.
Yeah. The one who was helping you out with the letters and everything was Gilbert, the spy master. who helped you out with all the info.
This is more of a do you think kind of thing, but would Horf Niddering survive until the next calamity event? And what happened to him?
I mean, like if nothing happens, then yes, the dragon wouldn't die of old age or anything. But who knows in 10,000 years what happens. But yeah.
Who were Frid's actual parents, biological parents?
Is there a plan for that?
Well, you were never going to meet them.
No,
but just basically two random dragonborn who had to abandon their child.
Sad.
So Frid's sorcerer magic, do we know where that comes from?
Well, your sorcerer magic comes from Anlos.
Really?
Yes, when you kind of took in some sorcerer powers when you were reborn there, Anlos was there as well, and you kind of snagged them out of her. She got weaker by that. She didn't really realize it either, but that's where that happened.
That's hilarious. It has nothing to do with the dragon bloodline at all. That's really
Yeah,
funny.
I mean, you Frid has like potentially some faraway dragon connection maybe at some point, but the whole point is that Frid's well, as we explored, Frid's mother was never a dragon actually, which is why the ritual, the dragon mark ritual thing failed, because
Right.
yeah, because you thought it was, but it wasn't. So
Really playing with fire there, wasn't I? Let's drown myself. It can't go wrong.
yeah.
Was there actually anything special with the stones from the Dragon Warriors?
That was something I thought could be something, but then I also thought, maybe it's nothing. So at the end of the day, it wasn't anything. I was thinking about coming up with something, but then I thought, it's just gonna be a thing.
Why
I've got one.
why didn't Iniok show up?
Damn.
Well, Zarud came out of the portal,
Yeah.
and Zarud threw Iniok's scythe at Mistra.
Oh, so is Iniok dead?
Died fighting demons.
10,000, 100,000 killer demons.
100,000
Yeah.
killer demons.
He died, but was finally able to die and get peace, along with his lover Mistra.
That's nice.
Who was that? The lady with the spark of good in her, the corpse that we found in Zixios lair. We could not figure out who she was. What was that about?
That was I think the name was Ion, right? In Zixios' diary, it speaks of that name. It was. So I made up this whole like long involved backstory for Zixiot that didn't really matter, of course, but I wanted to build up something, and so Zixiot was this like wizard from a very far away land, and basically I took like if you know from the 90s Batman series, the story of Mr. Freeze. I kind of like took that. So basically, his wife came down with some sort of terminal something or another, and so he wanted to try and find a power that would be able to bring her back, and he went to endless ends with that. Basically, he became a lich himself in order to be able to do it, and he traveled all the way to Lyvernia to find this power within this tower, and to finally be able to bring his wife back. But then, unfortunately, he came there and he realized that he wouldn't be able to control the power. He wouldn't be able to do anything with it. And because the magic was dying, he realized that there was nothing left to do. So he basically just gave up on life and was waiting for somebody to come and kill him. Which you did. Which is why he didn't have a phylactery anymore. Because he was just waiting to die.
He destroyed it himself. Interesting.
Which I guess reminds me, was there any point to the crystal found under the throne? Behind an illusion?
For another day.
Yeah.
I forget. I forget what that was. It had something, but yeah, I forget.
Okay.
Basically, no.
Okay, another thing. In Van Lawson, the guild, when we first got there, was destroyed and pinned on it was on the guild. It was what happened there?
So I think I kind of told it in a side sentence at some point. Basically, what happened was that the Shadow Guild. You remember that the guildmaster that you met, the new guildmaster that you met, was Alpin, who you later learned was in the Shadow Guild. And basically that was a whole thing as well, where which you would have explored more if you didn't get yourself kicked out of the Adventurers Guild. That was, I must say, that was the biggest thing that I was not expecting in the whole campaign, because the whole campaign was like, it was built around the fact that you were adventurers in the Adventuring Guild, but then you got kicked out.
That was awesome, though.
But yeah, basically it was like a conspiracy where Alpin himself had created this situation where the guild would be destroyed and the old guildmaster would be killed, all the senior people would be killed so that he could become the new guildmaster.
Right.
And that's also where the guild wizard was killed, who was one of the only people who actually knew that, hey, we need to destroy this thing. And not just like open it up or something.
And unfortunately, by the time we got to Farn Lawson, we had already taken the thing into Wolternteach's tower, so it didn't.
Yeah,
matter.
it was lost anyway. But you would have had somebody who would have known anything better than just guesswork. Yeah.
Was the stuff that we found under the mountain that I made sketches of, is that something you later gave meaning to because I was clutching them so tightly? or did you always have plans for stuff in there?
Look, there's so much that was absolutely meaningless that became meaningful because of things you did. So yes, yeah, that was I mean, it was always supposed to be some sort of like research thing, but then I figured out it could be that. I mean, honestly speaking, Wolternteach was never going to supposed to be like this big of a character as he was. You made him that big because when you came to Farn Lawson, you were like, we don't trust this guy. This guy seems really suspicious. He's up to something. He's evil. And then I was like, wait a minute. This is supposed to be like a side character that's really just helpful to you and really just wants to help you. And like the Empire was always meant to be at the end, but it wasn't meant to be like personified in like Wolternteach, but that kind of happened.
That's what happens in storytelling. I like it. That's great.
Yeah, I mean that's the fun part of D&D is that we kind of create these stories together.
Mm-hmm.
What was the actual shtick with the gnome with the riddles?
That was let me. What's
Some
the
sort
name?
of fey creature or something.
A god,
Oh,
Oh,
a demigod. Skelai. Hold on, I'll type it in here. I'll also take you out of the void. I just realized. Back to
the map.
the map of the world.
Is this
Um,
is that a name from D&D or is that from some real world mythology?
It's most likely real world, like mythology for sure, but it's in D&D. Basically, a leprechaun demigod of trickery and illusion.
court jester of the Queen Titania.
Yeah.
Then the pronunciation could be anything. Irish.
Yeah. So yeah, he was there just to kind of he was kind of stuck on the material plane, so he wanted to help you out and, you know, have some riddles along the way.
What was the significance of the 4-leaf clovers he gave us initially, if anything?
It was just a fun little gift for you. I mean, actually, if you remember the original 4-leaf clover that you got, it... No, wait, it was... No, oh, okay, yeah, nothing. Nothing at all.
Okay, question about the certain somebody releasing a certain something into the world by breaking a certain crystal.
I was wondering if that was going to come back.
Yeah, does that come back in any other player's lifetimes, or?
It already did. So the time fiend that you released in the Drow City, it came back. It came to the Tower of Arc, and that is what was causing the time loop there when you killed yourselves.
Kept saving us.
Because of that, and then you fought it. It was what Mistra called this little fairy creature.
That was a lot weaker than I anticipated, which is a good thing.
Well, it was actually a lot harder. You didn't defeat it. Like it got...
True.
Yeah, you didn't defeat it, but...
I don't even think we
basically,
damaged it.
Yeah, mechanically how it worked was that it was constantly like messing with time in order to be in a different place than where it was. And I was keeping count. It basically had like an HP count where... depending on how many attacks you did at it, you didn't need to hit any. It was just like attacks to slow it down, to weaken it until you could finally strike it down. But yeah, I guess also that its aging effect didn't actually end up doing anything because Frid's immortal now.
Woohoo.
2 years older and immortal.
Yep.
I wanted to... We can still hang out and you can ask questions if you want, but I wanted to, before anyone needs to leave, or in case anyone wants to leave, it's totally fine. I wanted to say, first of all, thank you everyone for joining. Joining us, everyone, of course, equally. But also I want to give special praise to HJ and Kate for being here from the very beginning. Like I said, we've been here over 2 years. We've seen many people come and go. So yeah, it's been a great time. And I wanted to also say that I have a new campaign in my mind planning, a smaller one, a different one. So it's not necessarily going to be everyone's cup of tea, but it's also going to be something that will take a little bit of time to prepare. But I wanted to tell you all that you, of course, have like first serve, you get to come in if you want. So when I do get it started, I'll probably message you on like Discord. I'll let you know when I set up the Roll20 page and everything for it, and you can look it through, see if you're interested, and then if you want, you will get to join, of course.
Awesome.
But yeah, that's it. Again, if anyone does need to go, you can always go. And if somebody wants to hang out and ask more questions or talk about reminiscent about old adventures, then that's fine as well.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I do need to balance, and I'm pretty hungry. I haven't eaten lunch. But once again, thanks to all of you guys, especially you, Duke. I really appreciate all the effort. I appreciate all the work. It's been a lot of fun, and I hope more good things to come in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you for joining us as well.
It was a lot of fun.
Thanks, David. Bye.
Even coming in late, I had a great time.
Yeah.
All right. Bye-bye, guys.
All right.
Right, see ya.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of fun.
One thing I kind of... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just say my first time doing a warlock. That's pretty cool.
I think I really liked Pyros's kind of story, how we got to build it up, and how there was secret things going on behind the scenes.
I think everyone had a good bit of that, of like character stuff tying into the story, which was really nice and fun. Like the whole essential arc around Fred having done something stupid and finding out the consequences, and that ended up being a huge plot point for him. And Pyrus obviously had his big plot point with like losing his powers, and always checking for that stupid binocular.
Yeah.
I'd say
I was always like, I was always thinking about Mervyn, because Mervyn didn't really have as much of like a backstory to pull from in that sense, that there wasn't, parents to figure out or anything like that. But I figured that for Mervyn it was more about like being in the present as well, and kind of just doing things and finding things out, and showing Todd to everyone. And
that was the thing I was gonna say, is I wish I had given Mervyn more of a backstory, or even it seemed kind of dumb, like when we really got into the campaign, to like reach out to you and like figure out retroactively what Mervyn's backstory was. So I just sort of went with him as is, and and so that's one thing I would do different. If we do another campaign where I, obviously I don't want to be that player who has the ridiculously complicated backstory that doesn't tie in mostly. But yeah, that is one thing I would change about Mervyn. But I did like playing Mervyn. I think I got a feel for his personality and the role playing, and I also really enjoyed the Artificer class and the battles and subclass.
And at the end of the day, he did finally also get like I don't know, superhero powers with with the metal powers. Which, by the way,
how did that work with Fred's? How was he meant to activate those powers?
So Fred was never meant to activate them, and in fact,
you don't say.
In fact, Fred was never meant to get that thing in the beginning, because it was always it was always meant for Mervyn to have it from the very beginning. But then it was just, HJ just went like, I'm gonna put my hands in there. When I was like, there's absolutely no logic for anybody else but for Mervyn to do this because Mervyn, was able to read the thing, was able to, was the one who was like a technical person. So I figured, okay, Mervyn's going to be putting hands in there, and then when it was Frid, I feel like, okay, well, the thing
You
is,
punished us for
Frid
it.
is. No, see, I then spun it because I figured that, okay, well, Frid is like biologically very far away from a gnome, or somebody that the gnome would probably be making this for. So I figured that it would be incompatible with Frid. So that's why Frid got sick. And then I gave you the choice of, do you want to keep it in? Do you want to extract it? What do you want to do? And you decided to go with the going to the dragon people.
That does remind me, though. I remember when I was making my character, and you had me pick the different magic items. There was one that I don't think we ever actually encountered it. It was something like a goggles that gave like advantage on Arcana checks, and then once a day identify or something like that. And he said, "Oh, Mervin's gonna want that." But then I don't think we ever encountered
hadn't
it.
even met me. Mervin's gonna want that. That's true.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have long since discontinued my super cool sunglasses of detect magic, because other people got access to the spell. Janice could do it at will. It was absolutely no reason to keep them.
God, the amount
Yeah.
of times spells that I had just got obsoleted by people taking it as well. I'm like, I can't change my spells easily, guys.
But then there was the one time where having a double would have been useful.
Yep.
Uh,
Talking about the backstory stuff too, I just remembered. At this point, I don't even know if you guys remember, but when I joined, it was actually with Colin, the Blood Hunter.
yeah.
Because we had talked together and decided, like, oh, well, our characters are going to know each other already. They've been traveling for like 2 weeks, so we knew each other's secrets. And then he left.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite things to do in campaigns, is to have pre-established relationships with some of the characters and not others, like have almost like a web. So it's not like everyone starts out as best friends or everyone starts out as strangers. Like you have, little links. I think it makes role playing a little easier too.
Yeah. But yeah, all I can say is like there's this. It was longer than I thought because you you decided to go. You decided to go on all kinds of side quests.
And we're also very
even
indecisive.
for example, even that situation where like you arrived at Savant and you were kind of, by Waltrantage, you were given kind of this like choice. Go to Redonia, where they might be able to help you, or go to Farnboston, where they might be able to help you. And that was one of those times where like your main goal was to get to Farnboston. So somebody may have taken that choice and gone just straight there, but you decided to take the long way around and go to the place that didn't have anything for you to do.
Well, Dupe, you made a very fun sandbox for us to play in, and I won't be shamed for having
Throwing
fun
the
with
toys around.
Yeah, throwing the toys around.
Yeah. But
The
that's
Redonia
the
thing specifically, I think it was fueled by two things. The one thing was that you had said specifically that the city was like almost dragon themed.
yeah.
And of course, Frid was very drawn to that. And then the other thing was, I think we were all, but especially me, very distrustful of the Empire. So we had to go to Farn Lawson. Of course, we weren't going to avoid that, but relying on someone there. I think
But that really was like one of those big situations where you really wrote the story, because the way I like to go about this is like I've told, I think I've told all of you that like things happen in the world whether you're there or not. And that was one of those situations where you made a really big choice, because had you just gone straight to Van Lawson, you would have gotten there before the guild was destroyed, before the guild wizard was killed. All of that, it would have been pretty huge. But on the other hand, by going to Redonia, you also got a little bit more acquainted with the sort of the resistance. You found out a little bit about them back there. Of course, not you didn't really learn about them much, other than much later. Yeah, actually, I wanted to actually say that resistance thing was also something interesting. I didn't necessarily have too many preconceptions of how you would choose to go about it. It was one of those where I like give you, you know, here's the things, do with them as you will. But basically, because you, as a group, you kind of stood on the fence about it, and kind of stayed out of it. That was something that affected things, because without your support, the rebels basically just lost, as you didn't really. If you had helped them, that would have, of course, like had effects. And
in Lynn, what the rebels in
Yeah.
Lynn, did they? I forget. I'm pretty sure they didn't succeed in
yeah, they got
overthrowing it.
stamped out completely.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
even when we helped, it didn't.
Well, you
help,
didn't help. You just gave them like a small little token.
Yeah.
So yeah. The map that you found in Van Lawson, by the way,
Yes.
the rebel map, it was part of a side quest where you would have found out about the airship before it just appeared.
Ah.
And if you had been like friendly with the rebels, you could have like sabotaged the whole thing. Or if you wanted to join in with the Empire, you could have, of course, helped them protect it and so on. But yeah, there was a ton of those kinds of like side quests where I had built up a whole story about how this is going to go if you do something with it. And sometimes you did, sometimes you didn't.
And we usually went with the ones you were the least prepared for, right?
What was our like biggest tangent, you think? Was it that Van Lawson Redonia split, or
No. Maybe.
I'd say suddenly going into the under.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
into
Yeah,
the Underdark wasn't it?
trying to get out of
Very
the
much on
Underdark.
plan.
Yeah, I mean the the first time you were in the Underdark was of course like completely planned. But yeah, when you went hunting for Horfnidring, that was definitely not expected. And teleporting again to there wasn't exactly the plan, but it worked out, because then we could have another drow adventure.
How did Horfnidring view us after we saved him? But then he never spoke with us.
Well, he battled those dragons.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, I'm gonna beat up these dragons for you, and then he didn't really think about you after that.
Where did those dragons come from? Were they like linked to the dragon warriors, or?
Yes. So what happened with the dragon warriors was that you woke them up first, initially. Then they their whole plan was, let's go destroy the Empire. But then you found out that they never even got to Redonia. And that's because the the Calamity had been able to instantly kind of take control of them. Because of reasons. So the Calamity had basically taken control of the Dragon Warriors, and the Dragon Warriors had the ability to take control of a dragon. So they were always linked with a dragon. They went out and looked for these dragons to control. And basically the Dragon Warriors were really like imprinted on getting you, even long after it was actually necessary, because I didn't want the like Calamity to have like perfect knowledge of everything. So, and especially when it was like trying to influence everybody around. So basically why people reacted to you in general, those who were under the influence of the Calamity, was because they thought, or they were kind of under the control that you had that casket thing, a part of the Calamity's soul with you. So even long after you didn't have it anymore, they still came after you because of that. So that's why the Dragon Warriors were hunting you.
And I imagine the Dragon Warriors were taken over instantly because they have very weak minds, because they're essentially made to obey. That's just like, and their masters aren't around anymore.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they were like people before, but they were kind of fused into these suits of armor to become these super warriors.
Can't remember what I was going to ask about. Yeah, I can't remember.
What was your favorite moment of the campaign as a DM?
Oh, I remember.
I don't know. There's been so many.
My
really
question
choose like one.
Did you have an expectation of what we would do with the wish scroll?
Ooh.
Did I?
And also,
No.
were you maybe trying to nudge us towards using it, have it like around Horfnidring, or?
No, I was trying to nudge you to use it. But yeah, that was actually one of those things where I just wanted to throw in, because I knew that you wouldn't be, you probably wouldn't be able to get to casting Wish otherwise anytime soon. So I thought I'd give you this like free wish and kind of throw it as this live grenade into your group and see what happens. With this chaos and that's because that's kind of what Wish is in general, is this sort of like what's gonna happen.
Fred never got to be a dragon.
Some DMs, well, as the god of magic, perhaps you take the form of a dragon. But yeah, like some DMs are like really afraid of Wish as a spell. Kind of because you can do so much with it, but I just find it interesting to see what players come up with. Plus, there's always, as I like really underlined, was that there is always, that fairy tale kind of, if you wish for too much, things can go really bad.
Well, I think that contingency on Wish really keeps players in check. That magic always has a price, and if you go too big or not specific enough, it'll really bite you in the ass. So we were so careful with our wording about Horfnidring. We were like, this is small enough, right? But it's big enough to be a valid use of the wish scroll. I was that was maybe one of my proudest moments, that we like decided on that. We're using the magic item, we're not saving it for later, and we've used it for something immediately helpful, but also not stupid.
Yeah, and it was actually one of those moments that I was not exactly actually like ready for, because I had like built up the whole scenario of that, where Hofnidring comes out and tells the whole city, like, you've got some bad people in there, I want to eat them, or else I'm gonna burn the whole place down. That was gonna be like this sort of kind of moral dilemma of like, do you turn yourselves in? Do you like? Are you like, it's us? We are the ones they want, or what do you do with it? Do you like help the city defend itself against this ancient dragon? How do you defeat this ancient dragon? And using the wish scroll to erase it out wasn't exactly on the top of things I was expecting you to do, but it was actually really smart, because that was probably the only way Hofnidring was going to live through that.
Yeah, the moment you said we leveled up, I was like, okay, how do I word this wish? The one that I ended up doing at the end there. Because I was just thinking, okay, there's got to be some way to end this cycle. And I don't think I really accomplished that, but maybe stopped from getting worse.
So I had, of course, everything like built up for the calamity as well. Basically, if you want to know, well, when I say everything, I don't actually mean everything, because some of the details are like open-ended even in my mind. But basically, it was like an extraterrestrial creature that came from space. So, I always like to have like a little twist of like sci-fi in fantasy, because it's just like, well, it's just more magic in a way. But yeah, it was some sort of like creature from outer space that would come to a planet and just sort of suck up its life force. That's what it did. But then it was defeated by these heroes. But then they had to go through this whole 10,000 year process of destroying it. So
what you're saying is Mervyn needed to learn how to build a rocket ship. And launch it into space.
No. But yeah, that was something that came up when we had our little break here for a couple of weeks. That little like additional thing was something I came up with, was like, let's add in this ominous phrase there.
Yeah. But ultimately, it didn't really have sentience of its own, because the like mastermind was Mistra, sort of corrupted by the thing.
No. It was the calamity. Illuminatar was what's its name. The calamity was the one that was in control. Mistra had been like lost completely at that point.
Got it.
It was only like using her like body at that point.
Can't wait
which
for
is
that
also
to happen to me.
Which is also like why I specifically knew that it hadn't shape-shifted into her or anything like that. It was kind of controlling her. It had become her. But yeah, that's something that probably is coming up for Frid, unless somehow somebody figures out something, but probably not.
Well,
honestly.
10,000 years in the future, we might be in space. Might be a what do they call it? A
Spelljammer.
No, it was like a species that is able to roam. That like has the technology to roam space. There's a word for it. I can't remember.
Spacefaring. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's a fantasy world, so progress happens extremely slowly, and sometimes it's the opposite way. In fact, because
we're permanently stuck oscillating between like 500 BC to like 1500.
Yeah, because like oftentimes you have ancient civilizations that are super advanced.
Were there any particular moments in the campaign where you were impressed with something one of the players did?
I mean, constantly. Yeah, all the time, like all kinds of like decisions you've made and yeah, the ways you've just gone on about it, and yeah, you've been like indecisive about everything, but when you have eventually made a decision, it's always been really interesting to see how it plays out.
What do you think's
And
been our
it's-
most chaotic one then?
It's. I mean, honestly, I think that has to probably go to you stealing the Arcanium recipe, which was yeah, that was the big one.
We're little scamps, you know. We can't help ourselves. We're
Yeah.
so
We were
mischievous.
worried about how we were
Yeah.
going to get into the right districts.
Yeah. But that was so funny because like I had set up this like kind of deal with the devil sort of situation where the Thieves Guild obviously wasn't up to no good, but they gave you a simple enough task. You had like plausible deniability about it if you had just like figured out a way to open up the latch that they wanted you to open and everything. And I was like, okay, yeah, they're fine. They'll just help out the Thieves Guild and they'll have consequences about, you know, stealing the thing. But it's gonna be fine. But then you went and actually like took it yourselves. And at that point, I was like, okay, there needs to be something needs to happen here, and I kept going over it in my mind, and it all just went down to, okay, well, Thieves Guild is gonna blackmail them, and Adventurers Guild is gonna kick them out.
I totally forgot that the whole thing was instigated by the fact that we wanted a like free pass through the city.
Yeah, and that was
Instead of waiting
not
for, like,
the
the
only
for
way to
anything more
get that.
important. It was just so we could go from one district to another really easily.
Yep.
So stupid. But also, getting the latch on the window was so much harder than stealing
Yeah.
Yep.
the thing.
Obviously, the like good way to go about it is going to be harder than you know.
But that was also
'Cause,
really funny when Fred almost died.
That was my highlight of the entire campaign. The sheer terror and shock I had whilst my hand was glued to there. I was like, oh fuck, I'm dead. This is all gonna die. I'm gonna be caught, tortured. This is the end. Goodbye, Fred.
And the room doesn't have windows, so you can't. So we're just sitting there, not realizing anything's wrong.
I felt genuine dread right there.
It was awesome. Which is funny because you always mention like multiple times that you kind of wanted to re-roll a new character.
Yeah, there
So
was
whenever
times when
Fred's death came up as a possibility, I was like, oh, it would be sad, and of course, in character, we'll do everything to prevent it. But
I wouldn't have minded a
HJ
different
won't
character.
mind.
Yeah, but I was really happy Fred did survive, and got to atone for his sins, so to speak.
I do have to wonder how different it would have gone if I had gone with my other character idea too, because I don't remember if you remember Dupe, but I had thought about running up a cleric for the Arcana domain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I can't
Yeah,
really imagine
things-
having that fight there as being basically, a cleric of Mistra.
Yeah.
No, that would
yeah.
have been cool though. Like not like just like pure horror that what you'd worshipped is not what you believe in.
I think it's crazy though, that there's now going to be clerics of Frid. Fridrison, I guess, would be the official name.
So since you now control the arcane weave, I guess that means you can make your own custom spell, right?
So true.
I think I haven't really come up with like a final idea about it, but I do think the people will probably worship Frid by some other name as well. Like your like real name will possibly be somewhat forgotten in time. And especially like, well, in Lyvernia it might be that they will remember Frid as you are, but in other parts of the world, the same
How would
gods
they know?
have different names.
Wouldn't it have
What-
been funny to have a magic god named Mervin?
Still, what a crazy end to the campaign.
Yeah. Yeah.
From such humble
Yeah.
beginnings as well.
It's sad. Yeah, Mervin's original reason for joining the Adventurers Guild was because his business wasn't making enough money, and so that was like a better way. he
And
had
Frid just
a
wanted
small
a
business,
pinch.
but it wasn't working out.
Yeah. It was something that you sort of built up yourselves, of course, the way you acted. But I really like the fact that I don't know how it was actually from like your point of view, but from my point of view, with my knowledge of what was like up and what was coming up, I liked that it was sort of you against the world in a way, because you didn't make that many allies, and even the allies that you had, you kind of forgot about. So you didn't really
trust.
Yeah, you didn't really put so much trust into them. But yeah, I liked the idea of it being like you versus the world, and something that I played up a lot, especially towards the end, and which I very much loved hearing from you, was the fact that there was, I feel, genuine doubt in you, in like, hey, are we actually doing the right thing? Do we need to do this? Like, is everything okay? Like, is the Empire actually going to do it?
Yeah, definitely. Like, Fred was fully prepared to just walk away, honestly. If Walton Rich truly, genuinely was going to handle it, Fred wasn't going to get in the way, but he would have been a bit forlorn. So I think he was very happy that he could feel fulfilled at the end, have some purpose.
Had you not gone to the tower or walked away or something like that, I did have a contingency plan for that. Of course, because I knew that you would do that. So basically the idea was that Waltrantich's thing would kind of go through the tower, and everything around it would kind of explode, and magic would be going haywire in the world, and you would basically be forced to go in there to figure out what's going on, and have a very different kind of an ending to all of this, where it's like, oh, yeah, I guess we were right. Waltranich was evil, although, of course, he wasn't. But
Misguided. He was misguided.
I don't remember what exact moment made me have this thought, but I randomly thought about imagine if like people are saying there's all the spell playing craziness going on, and it's not actually anything serious. It's that some otherwise really strong wizard just discovered his powers as a wild magic sorcerer, and so things were going messed up for him, and so he's like, there must be something wrong with the weave.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but it was the first big thing that really happened was true Waltrantage. That was kind of originally what Waltrantage's like role was supposed to be in the story, was to be this, like, when I first typed in Waltrantage's name and everything, I put I put a comma and I said bomb wizard, because he was the one who would like blow up and kind of be the first one to do like a huge effect that would get out of hand. But yeah, then it sort of built up, and the character became bigger, and in the end it was really fun, because I really like, villains that have some sort of motivation to what they do, and it's not just that they are evil. I mean, the Calamity, it was just evil in a way. Well, it wasn't evil. It was just different, but it was the most like cleanly evil. It didn't have any sort of willingness to do any good. But with Waltrantage, I wanted it to be like, he's genuinely trying to do the right thing. He thinks he is doing a good thing, but he's wrong. And I created this like triangle of this tragic triangle with like the Emperor and his two most trusted people, where Waltrantage was somebody who had ultimate confidence in himself, and the Emperor was ultimately just confident in Waltrantage. So whatever Waltrantage would say, the Emperor would believe. And then Hiram Moulton, the bodyguard, was infinitely loyal to the Emperor. So whatever the Emperor said, they would do.
Yeah,
So it became
probably was the Archmage even for the Emperor's father, maybe even his father
Yeah.
before that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he had a long successful life, and had been very good. So that's why nobody like suspected anything, and everyone was like, "What are you talking about? Why do you think this like noble, very heroic person everybody knows? Why do you think they are evil?"
Which is funny, because I think when we got to Waltrantage's tower and we met him, we weren't initially suspicious of him. Like once we started talking to him, because
and then he was also a little friendlier towards you.
Yeah, he was also friendlier.
Yeah,
and
he became a bit grumpy after he had his accident.
Yeah.
Which that actually is one of my favorite things. That's got to be one of my favorite things in this campaign, because I
That we stole the box.
No. The fact that I had described Waltrantage having this blindfold, and then you started thinking about, oh, what's the reason? And then you said to Waltrantage, you said, I don't remember who it exactly was, but somebody said, did you lose your sight using divination magic? And then, at that point, like that's the perfect lie, because they have lied for you. So Waltrantage was like, yeah, okay, sure, that's the reason. And that definitely wasn't. He was just covering up his eyes.
So then how did he explain it in front of the Emperor when we got him to unmask? Where his eyes were still shut.
That was an illusion spell. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But like it was so great when like you came up with the perfect lie. I didn't even have to like come up with anything. I was like, okay, yeah, that sounds good. Okay, we go with that.
You probably had mentioned
when
shortly before that divination magic was going badly.
Yeah, that was true. That was kind of where you got it from. But yeah, it was like, because you wouldn't, as players, as people, like if you do that in real life at some point, if you ask somebody a question where it's like a leading question, did you do this because of this, and they say yes, then you are really like preset to believe them.
Yeah, because we had been told about how divination was super dangerous, it was causing a lot of issues. We were told about how he had been trying to find us while we were in the mansion.
Yeah.
It just seems so perfect.
Yeah, and it's ended up so perfectly. You lied to yourselves.
Mm.
It was absolutely a great moment. Yeah. But yeah, I've actually also had a lot of fun with your propensity to go for side questing, to sometimes throw in some like mini adventures that are a little bit different, like the Time Mansion or the Murder Mystery or the Haunted Mansion as well. Those were all very fun.
I do kind of have to wonder what would have happened if we had actually all gone to the Plane of Fire that one time when we were thinking about
We
it.
would have died. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't think it would go.
Well, I very much hoped constantly that you would not try to leave the material plane.
There was a few times where I was tempted to like try something or research something, like especially when that shadow creature from the Shadowfell came. I was like, "Ooh, what's like over there?" But I was like, "Hang on, we've got a quest, but we could go, and Duke would definitely let us go. But I don't know what we achieved by going there." So it was like, maybe not.
Yeah. I don't know. I would have had to come up with something for you to do in the Plane of Fire.
So, yeah, I mean, so it ended up being a unused choice, but it felt thematic.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there was any. There wasn't many situations where there was any real danger of you just going completely off rails.
Here's a question that might break some of the magic, but I'm going to ask it anyway. How many times were we close, or should we have actually had a TPK and there was some magic being done?
Some fudging of the numbers.
Actually, I don't think ever. I mean, there were situations where others could have decided to kill you when they decided not to kill you, you know.
The first time we rolled him, which he could have probably...
I mean, like Thieves Guild, instead of blackmailing you, they could have just probably killed you as well, or something like that. But not really like in
Underdark trip.
Yes, actually, that was yeah. Thank you for reminding me. That was actually a situation where they could have easily killed you, and there was like no justification for why they couldn't have, because even though you were quite powerful at that point, you were also in a city and you were faced with like the head priestess of Loth, who would have been already like an end of campaign boss strength character, and in addition several other drow matron mothers who would have been extremely powerful as well, in addition to the royal guard kind of thing, in addition to all the other guards, in addition to the whole city. So like if you really had gone down with it, they you were not going to live through that.
That whole meeting probably would have been slightly easier if we had a single female character in the party.
Yeah,
If we had Janice, I think that would have
Yes.
been a very interesting,
that would have been a very interesting thing. I think Janice may have actually made it worse, but
potentially, yes.
you know, because she.
Yeah, but having a single
been
female
exiled,
character
essentially.
would have helped. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, so that's something that never got explored fully. But for Janice, I had a whole backstory as well, where you know how they sent like assassins to finish the job, to kill off the last one of her house. That was actually just all like a ruse and a cover up, and because Drow are all like these like super schemers, so actually her family had not been killed. They had actually like they had actually taken over power in the city. They had like they had basically fake their own deaths in order to take the place of the first house in the city. That kind of stuff.
Drow.
Oh yeah.
Drow. Yeah. I do love me some Drow.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, they are cool. They're fun. Oh.
Yeah. But like I said, I've been thinking about the next adventure, and something I can tell you now already is that it is in the same world. It is not on Lyvernia, but the player characters will be from the Empire of Colton. And yeah, it'll be more like investigation kind of thing.
Still D&D.
There's a the D&D 5th edition. But yeah, I want the player characters to or I'm like hoping that player characters are built more for like specifically for like social situations, and less with like first thought being how do I perform in combat, because I want to give people like the option of taking like some of those interesting feats, for example, that really only work in like exploration and such, where they don't need to think so much about like how can we fight with this. And yeah, it's gonna be in the future, so Frid will be the god of magic.
Woo. Could
The
make a
rest.
priest.
Maybe someone will. Maybe you can play a disciple of Frid.
Or
The
a warlock. Even better, speaking directly to Fred.
You'll do both sides of the coin.
Yeah.
I think well, Celery is going to be trying to get into stasis, but I think Celery would probably be the only one who would be alive at that point. I'm thinking like 100 years or so in the future. And yeah, it's gonna revolve around kind of a mystery about Warforged. And it's gonna have no real ties to like this stuff, but the Warforged you fought is going to have some sort of tie to it.
I wonder if Mervin's Engineering Academy could possibly tie in.
Probably not. because
I don't.
it's not
I
in
don't
the
know
Empire.
what you have in your ideas of.
Yeah, because you
origin of that.
specifically said it's not in the Empire.
Yeah,
It's
I
probably
did.
not.
Yeah, you're probably going back to the west.
Yeah, back to
Canoe,
my
something.
hometown.
yeah. But yeah, that's kind of the ideas I'm still building up on some of the details, and of course I don't want to spoil any details of the mystery itself, because that's kind of going to be the central thing of it. But yeah, also it's going to be like a shorter thing for sure.
No 2+ year campaign.
Well, it's not going to be like a.
Swoop.
Well, it's not going to be as like sandboxy open stuff as this. It'll be much more contained. It'll basically be inside one city, and yeah, having a very clear goal of like figure this thing out.
Sounds interesting.
That does sound fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of different characters you can make when you don't really need to focus around being able to hit things well.
Yeah, you can you can more freely kind of make also interesting choices in terms of like race and class combos and stuff like that.
Which, if I ever revisited the idea I did here, where it's a Genasi with a genie pact, fire was not the way to go, because you get fire resistance 3 times.
Yeah.
Like how
And
I
I'll-
speak Draconic twice.
I in hindsight, half elf was like the worst race to combine with artificer. Like it doesn't enhance at all. I was just trying to balance out the fact that my charisma was so really terrible, and being like, oh well, if I pick elf or half elf, then it bumps that up, and then I'm a little more even across the board. But that, you don't need to build characters that way. And if I had done a small class, halfling or gnome, then I can use my robot as a mount, which would have been fun.
You could have been like the stereotypical goblin tinkerer.
Yeah. Would have.
Speaking of goblins, I actually had one unexplored quest that I had in mind at one point. I wasn't really sure when to like introduce it even, but I wanted to do a thing where you would like come across a bunch of goblins that were just super aggressive against you for no apparent reason, and then you would most likely decide to just kill them, and then you would find out like 5 steps further in that they were just like trying to protect their little village, and you just killed all of them.
Hey, we could have tried to tame them like how I tried to tame the kobolds. That at the start.
Perhaps.
Frid wanted that kobold band, but never got an opportunity with low-level mobs.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Hofnidring didn't have any kobolds around. Nor Paul. You would have had to go dragon hunting somewhere else.
That was something I was tempted to do. Like, guys, should we go dragon hunting for reasons? But that was the issue. There was no in-character reason to go dragon hunting. But I think it would have been fun.
It's also interesting. I think I had this whole like idea for the character when I first made it that I ended up not doing whatsoever, because I picked up Shillelagh and then a bunch of the blade cantrips. So my original plan was to actually have pirates be a lot more in the thick of things. And that just did not happen.
Yeah. Well, it's it's also one of those things where whatever kind of character you create, it's not necessarily going to be it depends so much on like what you end up fighting. Whether, like, for example, fire resistance is going to help you, or what. Yeah, I've always tried to. I sometimes try to think of like, okay, can I put in something that's really cool for somebody else to be able to counter or something? But generally, it's mostly it is sort of based on wherever you happen to be and what makes sense there, instead of just suddenly you fight, I don't know, some elemental spirits that have nothing to do with the area where you are in.
All right, guys. Well, I do have to sign off now. But I really love chatting with you about the campaign, and I had a lot of fun. And I really hope I'll be able to do the next campaign when you're finished prepping it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd love to hear more about it.
It was very fun playing with you.
It was fun playing with you too.
All these years.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been fun.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for everything over the years, Dupe.
Yeah,
I've enjoyed
thank
it
you as
greatly.
well.
See you around, hopefully.
See you around, yes.
Bye.
Bye. And there we have it. Everybody signing off and... Oh. Wait a minute. There we go. Everybody signing off, and so am I. As said, we'll be back with some D&D. I'm not 100% sure if I'll be streaming it on Twitch or if I'll just maybe be posting it on YouTube, perhaps. But anyways, D&D will come up in the future at some point. But no longer, at least for now, here. And in general, I probably won't be streaming anything right now. I'm thinking possibly the next stream is gonna be when Starfield comes out. I'm planning on probably streaming that, so we'll probably be back with that. I don't really have anything planned until then, though, so yeah. Thanks, everyone, and bye.